Chapter 2499. Oh, I've been seen through. This is going to be troublesome. Yi Shiwen said calmly. Yi Shiwen said it was troublesome, but his expression was not sincere. He did not seem to be in any trouble at all. This matter was naturally troublesome. He had originally wanted to buy the golden-backed dragon carp in a low-key manner. His eyes were so sharp that he could almost see at a glance that the golden-backed dragon carp seemed to be lifeless, but in fact it was just leveling up and was in a kind of dormancy. On the contrary, there was even more majestic energy being released. This was a sign that it was about to undergo a transformation. With the level of this golden-backed dragon carp, it was very likely to evolve into a golden-backed dragon carp king. That was a priceless divine material. Even titled kings would be tempted. Who would not be tempted to gain hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation? Generally speaking, the higher one's cultivation was, the less useful ordinary divine ingredients would be. Ordinary golden-backed dragon carps were useful to ordinary deities and even to sage plane experts. However, to king-ranked experts, they were of little use and were not very useful. But golden-back dragon carp king was different. Even titled kings could greatly improve their cultivation. Therefore, he did not want to make a big deal out of this. He had secretly kept the golden-backed dragon carp. When it evolved into a golden-backed dragon carp king, he would swallow it and his cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds. Once this news got out, even titled kings might come to fight for it. He did not want to cause trouble, but he did not expect it to happen. Everyone looked at his calm appearance. How could they not understand that their guess just now was probably right? This guy had indeed known long ago. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so calm. He didn't even feel like he had been caught in the act. But you are a little interesting. Zhu Yenner thought for a moment, then suddenly tilted her head and grinned. Although she had been tricked by this guy just now, it was equivalent to being tricked. However, in this market, everything depended on one's judgment. There was nothing she could do if she was tricked. However, if she could get one or two good things, it was also because she had good judgment. Even she could not tell that this golden-backed dragon carp was not dead and was in a dormant evolution. But this guy in front of her could tell. His judgment was not simple. Yi Shiwen indifferently shrugged his shoulders. He had bought it fair and square, so there was nothing to worry about. I'm leaving first. Yi Shiwen immediately turned around and was about to leave. Wait. The stall owner quickly stepped forward and said, What's wrong? Do you want to go back on your word? Yi Shiwen frowned, but there was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. I'm sorry, this is our negligence. We won't be selling this golden-back dragon carp. We'll return you the divine source you just received, and we'll pay you back double. How about that? The stall owner said shamelessly. He had thought about it very clearly. Selling to Yi Shiwen would really make him cry in the toilet. Jiang Yi had actually sold a potential golden-back dragon carp king for a mere 500,000 divine roots. Although he knew that it would be difficult for him to keep the golden-back dragon carp king, if he sold it to this golden-striped horned tiger, he would definitely earn a huge sum of money. Hee, why didn't you say that you were negligent when you used a dead fish to deceive me just now? Now that you want it back, you should just give up. The golden-back dragon carp king was already in his hands, and he still wanted it back. He was thinking too much. Friend, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, the stall owner said coldly. Cutting off one source of wealth was like killing one's parents. From his point of view, Yi Shiwen's actions had already cut off his source of wealth. Naturally, it was as if he had a deep hatred for him. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Sorry, I'm a person who loves to drink forfeit. I'd like to see what it tastes like. Yi Shiwen's expression instantly turned cold. First, this person used a fake to deceive him. Now he actually wanted to snatch the golden-backed dragon carp back. This had completely angered Yi Shiwen. Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. You probably don't know what kind of big shot the person who wants this golden-backed dragon carp is. The stall owner threatened in a low voice. It doesn't matter who it is. I only know that I've already paid the god source. This golden-backed dragon carp is mine, regardless of whether it turns into a real dragon or a golden-backed dragon carp king. If you want to snatch something from me, you should consider whether you have the life to enjoy it. Yi Shiwen said coldly. Everyone was in an uproar. This was another lawless person. He clearly knew that there was a powerful big shot behind this golden-striped horned tiger, but he still dared to be so arrogant. Moreover, not to mention the big shot behind him, even the golden-striped horned tiger itself was an extremely tyrannical clan. Within the same realm, it was well known, and it was also a battle pet that many people wanted to tame. There were many people who wanted to do so, but only a few succeeded. Most of them were swallowed by the golden-striped horned tiger in one bite. This highlighted the terrifying big shot behind this tiger. What else is there to say to an arrogant kid like him? The golden-striped horned tiger said coldly. It looked at Yi Shiwen coldly, as if it was looking at a dead person. Humph, since you are unwilling to hand over the golden-backed dragon carp, don't blame me for being rude. The middle-aged stall owner's expression suddenly changed. He didn't want to continue being entangled with Yi Shiwen. With a roar, he soared into the sky and instantly transformed into a green-faced, fanged humanoid creature, like a legendary demon. This was his real body. Previously, he had only transformed into a human. Boom! He instantly grabbed Yi Shiwen with his claws. That ghastly claw suddenly enveloped Yi Shiwen. Hey, be careful. Although this guy is a bit shameless, he is from the Sunluo ghost tribe. Don't be careless. Zhu Yenner, who was next to him, said. She was very clear about the background of this stall owner. Dang! Everyone only saw that Yi Shiwen didn't dodge or evade. In an instant, he was caught. They thought that they would see a scene of blood bursting out. They thought that he had no time to react at all. However, the bloody scene that they imagined did not happen. Instead, they saw the Sunluo ghost claw directly grab Yi Shiwen's body. There was a sound of gold and iron colliding, but it couldn't do anything to Yi Shiwen. It couldn't even make him move a little. How is this possible? The Sunluo ghost claw can't even break his defense. Someone exclaimed and tried hard to open his eyes. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have almost thought that they had seen it wrong. The middle-aged stall owner didn't look eye-catching. In fact, he was a powerful existence in the late stage of the eternal realm. In the middle and upper heavens, such a cultivation might be nothing, but in the lower heavens, such a cultivation could be said to be quite tyrannical. After all, there were many gods who only had the cultivation of the immortal realm everywhere. This was also why the middle-aged stall owner was able to stand firmly without being retaliated, even though he had never changed his place despite being constantly exposed for selling fake goods. It was because those who wanted to retaliate against him couldn't beat him, and many of them were killed on the spot. He only suffered losses from one person, and that was Zhu Yenner. He thought that Zhu Yenner was a fool who could be easily exploited. Who would have thought that she was also a thorn in his side and taught him a good lesson? If it wasn't for the fact that this person had a backer behind him, he might have been killed by Zhu Yenner. But now his attack was easily blocked by Yi Shiwen. No, it wasn't blocked. It should be said that Yi Shiwen didn't move at all. He allowed the attack to fall on his body. His physical cultivation had reached an unprecedented level, and no one would be able to reach it in the future. How is it possible? My Sunluo ghost claw didn't even have the slightest effect. The middle-aged stall owner said in disbelief. If it was simply blocked, he wouldn't be surprised. However, Yi Shiwen didn't move and let him attack. He couldn't do anything to Yi Shiwen. This was simply a great shame. I don't believe it. So what if your physical body is tyrannical? Watch me break your spirit. He let out a loud roar, and his ghostly claw once again stretched out. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura pervaded the air and turned into a big hand in the sky. It was like a small mountain, and it pressed down towards Yi Shiwen. On this palm, there was even a very powerful figure with a green face and fangs. It was a peerless ghost emperor who once dominated the heavens. Now his figure was revealed, and it was very terrifying. This ghost aura directly rushed into Yi Shiwen's mind, and the space was shattered everywhere. It was very terrifying, and the endless space was shaken into fragments. However, Yi Shiwen didn't move in the slightest. On the contrary, he still looked very indifferent, and there wasn't the slightest change from before. Only this time he finally counterattacked. A thunder dragon jumped out of his body and instantly grew bigger and bigger. It expanded against the wind and opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the big hand of the ghost emperor. Rumble! As the big hand was swallowed, the ghost aura that filled the sky also collapsed in the air and completely collapsed. The ghost aura that was swallowed still wanted to cause trouble, but it was all suppressed by the power of thunder. To deal with this kind of evil power, the power of thunder was almost handy. It restrained the ghost aura, and after a while it exploded. The ghost hand was broken, and the middle-aged stall owner spat out a mouthful of blood. He retreated again, and he couldn't stop it at all. There was incomparable horror in his eyes. The terrible power of thunder directly jumped on his body, and all the ghost aura that protected his body collapsed. No matter how he wanted to dodge, it was useless. As a punishment, I will abolish your martial arts. Let's see if you can still go around and cheat people in the future. Yi Shiwen said coldly. With a swish, he took a step forward and instantly rushed in front of the middle-aged stall owner. Chapter 2500. He rushed to the front of the middle-aged stall owner and blasted a punch. The terrifying fist energy pierced through the void, directly went up to the sky, and smashed the sky. Behind him, there was an infinite power of thunder. The vast power of thunder filled the world, and a thunder dragon shuttled in it. This was the power of heaven's retribution, and it was now under his control. These thunder dragons constantly intertwined and occupied all the space. All the laws were instantly suppressed and turned into a domain of thunder and lightning. As soon as he made his move, he showed an extremely tyrannical cultivation of thunder and lightning, and a powerful thunder and lightning attack was launched. The dense ghost energy began to collapse like tofu in brine, and directly fell on the middle-aged stall owner's body. Bang! This punch instantly penetrated the middle-aged stall owner's chest, and his internal organs turned into powder. His whole body flew upside down and fiercely hit the barrier that emerged in midair. This city had existed for countless years, and it could be said that there were such barriers everywhere in the city. Otherwise, these existences, which were all gods, could easily destroy a world, let alone a small city. Roar, I'll fight you! The middle-aged stall owner roared, and his body continued to grow. He was a full 3 feet tall, and a ghost eye appeared on his forehead. It was a kind of magical power that he had refined. This kind of ghost eye exuded a kind of amazing ghost energy, and it actually forced Yi Shiwen's power of thunder and lightning away. His ghost eye opened, and in an instant, the world seemed to have turned into a world of ghosts, and it looked very terrifying. Hundreds of ghosts walked at night, and the roar of ghosts could be heard everywhere. The terrifying ghost energy even spread out, and Yi Shiwen's clothes fluttered in the wind. You forced me to use this move. You should be proud. The middle-aged stall owner roared. He forcibly suppressed the injuries on his body, and Yi Shiwen's punch had penetrated his body. If he didn't have such a trump card, he would have lost the confidence to continue to fight against Yi Shiwen. But now there was no way out, not to mention that he still had hope after using this move. The Ghost Emperor's eye. Could it be the legendary Ghost Emperor's eye? This guy looks unremarkable, but who would have thought that he could actually cultivate such a legendary eye? Legend has it that it's a divine ability cultivated by the ghost race's invincible entity, the Ghost Emperor. It represents the supreme power of the world. Rumor has it that this kind of eye has unparalleled magical effects. In the Ghost Clan, it should be considered an extremely powerful magical ability. Seeing the Ghost Emperor's eye above his head, everyone was astonished. No one had expected this middle-aged stall owner to have hidden his strength so deeply. Even the golden-striped horned tiger's eyes were filled with fear. Initially, it didn't take this middle-aged stall owner seriously, but things were different now. Perhaps it was time to pay more attention to him. After the middle-aged stall owner from the Sanluo ghost tribe took out the Ghost Emperor's eye, his magic power skyrocketed. He was like a powerful ghost god that fused with the heaven and earth. There was no gap between him and the heaven and earth. The heaven and earth were filled with the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves, as if the heaven and earth were crying. At this moment, the middle-aged stall owner seemed to be the reincarnation of the Ghost Emperor. Wherever the gaze of this Ghost Emperor's eye passed, the sky would shatter. Countless ghosts would howl, turning the place into hell. A huge armor formed around his body, protecting him. It was as if the real Ghost Emperor had been reborn. Although this race was low-key now, it had once been extremely glorious. In the past, there was a Ghost Emperor that shook the world. He wreaked havoc in the world and tried to turn the world into a ghost realm. Later on, he provoked an old emperor of the human race who killed him. However, this didn't damage the prestige of the Ghost Emperor. This was because the emperor who killed him was none other than Holy Emperor Xianyuan. When the Holy Emperor was reborn, he was almost invincible in the world. If there were strong and weak emperors, then Holy Emperor Xianyuan would undoubtedly be the best among them. No one could be compared to him. After the Ghost Emperor was killed, this race quickly declined and became more and more low-key. However, no one dared to underestimate this race. The Ghost Emperor's eye. You didn't cultivate it. Someone must have sacrificed it. Later on, you obtained it and integrated it into your body. This power doesn't belong to you. It should be eroding your power all the time. It's really sad. Yi Shiwen sneered. He opened the Eye of Redemption and saw it in an instant. Although the Ghost Emperor's eye seemed powerful, it wasn't condensed by him. He just obtained it by accident. Then he smelted it into his body. After all, it wasn't cultivated by him. Moreover, he couldn't control it. Even when the Ghost Emperor's eye was opened, it was absorbing his spiritual power and life essence every minute and second. This was very fatal even for a deity. So what? As long as I kill you, I can make up for all my losses this time. In fact, I can even go further. So you should die. This middle-aged stall owner had gone completely crazy. His ghostly claws tore the void. The terrifying power formed a black crack and spread towards Yi Shiwen. The Ghost Emperor's eye is a little interesting. However, it's only a little interesting. There's still no way to make up for the gap between you and me. Yi Shiwen sneered. He just stretched out his hand slightly and pointed a finger. The spreading crack stopped in front of him. The terrifying power acted on his finger. However, it couldn't even break his skin. Everyone cried out in alarm. They were also scared by Yi Shiwen's astonishing move. What kind of terrifying strength was this? He had blocked all the attacks with just one finger. This was too abnormal. Although they had some speculations just now that Yi Shiwen's physical cultivation was very strong, they didn't expect that Yi Shiwen could block his attacks with one finger. This was no longer abnormal. He was simply a monster. Impossible. The middle-aged stall owner roared. His roar was like thunder. He stepped out, and his ghostly figure flickered in an instant. He directly flashed in front of Yi Shiwen and clawed at Yi Shiwen. He appeared and disappeared like a ghost. He was as fast as lightning. Moreover, his power was also extremely terrifying. He easily tore the sky apart like a painting. Humph! Yi Shiwen snorted coldly. He blasted out a punch and collided with the opponent's ghostly claws. Bang! There was a terrifying collision sound. The middle-aged stall owner screamed. His entire arm was crushed into a cloud of blood mist on the spot. The middle-aged stall owner's cultivation could be said to be extremely strong among those in the same realm. However, compared to Yi Shiwen, he was far inferior. He was already not Yi Shiwen's opponent thousands of years ago, let alone thousands of years later. The two of them were not on the same level at all. Whoosh! The middle-aged stall owner's body flew out. However, the Ghost Emperor's eye on the top of his head suddenly opened. It shot out a terrifying ghostly aura, forming a powerful shockwave that rushed towards Yi Shiwen. However, in everyone's eyes, this terrifying attack that could even distort time and space was blocked by Yi Shiwen with his bare hands. He crushed it into dust. How is this possible? The middle-aged stall owner's eyes widened in incomparable shock. In fact, he had never failed before. Even if it was the peak of Eternal Realm who was stronger than him, he would also be seriously injured if he was not careful. Yi Shiwen had easily turned such an attack into nothingness. Such strength was really terrifying. Why is it impossible? He heard a ghostly voice. He didn't know when Yi Shiwen had appeared in front of him. He stretched out a hand to grab his Ghost Emperor's eye. Because Yi Shiwen's speed was too fast, he didn't even have time to react. He only felt a sharp pain. The Ghost Emperor's eye was directly dug out. Suddenly, a huge bloody hole appeared on his forehead. Ah, it hurts so much. The middle-aged stall owner couldn't help but scream again and again. The Ghost Emperor's eye was directly connected to his spirit. Yi Shiwen directly dug out a huge part of his spirit. Even a large part of his spirit was dug out by a terrifying force. He rolled on the ground in pain. You deceive outsiders all day, and you still want to go back on your words. I originally planned to abolish your martial arts, but now I will use this Ghost Emperor's eye as compensation, Yi Shiwen said while holding the Ghost Emperor's eye. Although he was talking to the middle-aged stall owner, he didn't even look at him. The strength of both sides was like a giant and an ant. The gap was too big. It was impossible for him to fail even if he wanted to. Right now, he wanted to study the Ghost Emperor's eye. Although the Ghost Emperor was defeated by the Holy Emperor in the past, it was a fact that he was a tyrannical existence of the Emperor realm. The Ghost Emperor's eye did have some tricks up its sleeve. It could even be said that it wasn't simple. But unfortunately, it was also broken. It should have been left behind after the original owner was defeated. It was not complete. But even so, as a magical power of the eyes, it was also very meaningful for the cultivation of the Eye of Redemption. How could this be? Everyone's eyes widened. A powerful master at the late stage of the undead realm was simply like a puppet in the hands of this person. All the attacks were easily destroyed. If they had such an enemy, it would be simply hopeless. Many stall owners who originally planned to deceive people almost fainted at this time. Suddenly, they had a feeling of wanting to stop. Sooner or later, they would encounter a ghost if they walked too much at night. Sooner or later, they would kick an iron plate if they did too many bad things. If they encountered such a person again, wouldn't they be miserable? Zhu Yan also didn't expect Yi Shiwen to have such strength. No wonder he looked so fearless. I thought he was fearless because he didn't know. Now it seems that he has a card up his sleeve. Sir, save me, save me. The middle-aged stall owner screamed and asked the golden-striped horned tiger for help. Chapter 2501. Everyone shuddered at the sight of the Sanluo Ghost Tribe's experts, who had been so majestic just a moment ago, being oppressed like dogs at this moment. Sure enough, this is the Kurfürst Road. It hasn't been opened for so long that they have forgotten what this place is. For them to be able to cultivate to this level, almost all of them had once dominated a certain era in a certain place. Some of them were even legends in a certain world to this day. However, this was not a place where they could act presumptuously. Geniuses were common here. All kinds of monstrous freaks from various eras ran amok. An inconspicuous guy might be an invincible, monstrous genius of a certain era. The era of the Kurfürst Road's opening was too long ago. No one knew how many monstrous geniuses were active in it. The guy in front of them was probably not far from those monstrous geniuses. Many people were terrified. It was not uncommon to encounter a few monstrous geniuses here. If they were to kick an iron plate like this guy, wouldn't it be a dead end for them? Although everyone knew that those world-famous evildoers had already gone to the upper heavens in search of the fabled opportunities, it was still unknown to them. However, who knew if there were a few monstrous geniuses hidden among them? It was also possible for those monsters to turn back halfway. All in all, anything was possible in this world. Didn't they see that the Azura ghost tribe guy had even lost the Ghost Emperor's eye? It could be said that he had suffered a heavy loss. The golden-striped horned tiger looked at Yi Shiwen coldly and said, "Human, hand over the golden-backed dragon carp, and I will let you live today. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences." The golden-striped horned tiger didn't care about the Azura ghost tribe guy at all. For it was not important at all. All it wanted was the golden-backed dragon carp. If it wasn't for Yi Shiwen's attack just now, it might have swallowed him in one bite. "I'd like to see what consequences I can't bear. Call your master out. I'd like to see who is so powerful." Yi Shiwen said indifferently, "Human, it seems that you're really tired of living." The golden-striped horned tiger coldly looked at Yi Shiwen. In an instant, it let out a huge roar and instantly transformed into a huge, ferocious tiger. It pounced towards Yi Shiwen. This was the condensation of its martial will. It was very terrifying. Boom! There was a huge explosion. Yi Shiwen punched out. It was just a simple punch, but it directly blasted into the tiger. The tiger was smashed into pieces on the spot and vanished into thin air. Walla-lala! Yi Shiwen rushed out of this endless golden light like an ancient emperor. He seemed to have turned into the incarnation of martial arts in a flash. All kinds of martial arts rushed out of his body. "Are you tired of living? I want to see who is tired of living." Yi Shiwen shouted loudly, "Human, die!" The golden-striped horned tiger instantly transformed into a sturdy, middle-aged man. His whole body was full of tiger patterns. There were 2 sharp horns on his head. Then he punched towards Yi Shiwen. The fist energy twisted into a ferocious tiger in midair, surging wildly between the heavens and the earth, bringing with it a powerful Yuan Qi, bringing with it a burst of Yuan Qi frenzy. Yi Shiwen was not to be outdone. The power of thunder continued to rush out of his body. In an instant, the surrounding area became a sea of thunder and lightning. Both of them were quite restrained in their attacks, but such power was still terrifying. A thunder dragon soared into the sky and clashed with the fierce tiger. It was an authentic battle between a dragon and a tiger. However, after a short while, the fierce tiger with the wind attribute was torn apart and devoured by the thunder dragon on the spot. With infinite power, the thunder dragon rushed towards the golden-striped horned tiger, bringing with it a terrifying wind. The golden-striped horned tiger retreated again and again. Seeing that its attack was broken in an instant, it did not dare to resist. It retreated several steps in a row to avoid Yi Shiwen's attack. It looked at Yi Shiwen coldly. It seemed that it did not expect Yi Shiwen to be so powerful. However, his offensive wasn't slow at all. Meanwhile, a long spear appeared in his hand and instantly shattered the blue dome of heaven. The spear light swallowed and spat out erratically and took the shape of a ferocious tiger. The tiger was constantly spitting out sharp spear-light talismans and directly pierced towards Yi Shiwen. "Be careful," Zhu Yan, who was next to him, reminded. "That's a high-grade divine weapon." Yi Shiwen could see that it should have been refined from the shed bones of the elders in his clan. Its power was very terrifying. It was definitely comparable to a high-grade divine weapon. Under the attack of the golden-striped horned tiger, its power was amazing. It should be known that the golden-striped horned tiger itself had the strength of the peak of the eternal realm. With this long spear, even if it faced a master of the Sage Realm. It was quite likely that it could protect itself. However, in the face of such an attack, Yi Shiwen's expression did not change. He directly blocked the attack with his palm, forcibly resisting the high-grade divine weapon. You really want to die? See how I directly smash your arm with my spear. The golden-striped, horned tiger roared and directly stabbed out a spearlight that could destroy heaven and earth. Bang! The palm directly collided with the tip of the spear, bursting out a dazzling light. The spear light brought with it a terrifying power. Even a master of the eternal realm would be pierced by the spear on the spot and die tragically. The powerful spear light talismans on the spear light were like the sound of heaven. Once it hit a person's body, it could directly blast them to death. Many people closed their eyes. If this spear bombarded this person, they were afraid that this person would be directly pierced through. However, at this time, a golden light suddenly burst out of Yi Shiwen's palm to protect him. Clang! A violent tremor came, and the tip of the spear directly pierced into Yi Shiwen's palm, but it could not move forward at all. It could not even pierce through his skin. On the contrary, along with this long spear, the terrifying power bombarded the arm of the golden-striped horned tiger. This caused the arm of the golden-striped horned tiger to tremble violently. Its eyes widened. Yi Shiwen's defense and strength were far beyond its initial expectations. How could there be someone so powerful? The surrounding people were also completely dumbfounded. They did not see the cruel scene of bone fragments flying. On the contrary, the high-grade divine spear in the golden-striped horned tiger's hand was simply like a toy. It could not do anything to Yi Shiwen at all. His physical body is actually comparable to a high-grade divine weapon. Is he a monster? Some people could not help but gasp. It was not that they had never seen a god with a powerful physical body, but it was extremely rare to see one that was powerful to this extent. The key was that Yi Shiwen's cultivation did not seem to be very high, but he could actually do this. In any case, it was enough to shock people. Strength of tiger roar. The golden-striped horned tiger roared, mobilizing all the spiritual power in its body and instilling it into the long spear. The spear light burst out again, and it was once again raised to a level. It seemed like it was going to pierce through Yi Shiwen's spear. Yi Shiwen opened his eyes. There seemed to be a world being born and destroyed in his eyes, and there were endless great ways floating in it. It was 10 times more amazing. If this is all you have, then you are still far from it. Yi Shiwen smiled coldly. He retracted his palm, instantly turned it into a fist, and blasted it on the tip of the spear. Clang! The violent tremor made a strange sound burst out between heaven and earth. Then, only to see the long spear in the golden-striped horned tiger's hand instantly collapsed and flew out. Its palm was instantly mutilated and burst open, turning into a rain of blood that filled the sky. Ah! The golden-striped horned tiger screamed, and its palm directly burst open. Its whole body retreated again and again. Go! At this time, it finally knew that it had encountered a terrifying master. With its strength, it could almost be said that it was difficult to meet a match in the peak of the undead realm. But now it was beaten up by this human being. Such a character reminded it of those monsters. On the Kurfürst Road, such tyrannical monsters were simply everywhere, and it had accidentally encountered one. Didn't you say that I would be responsible for the consequences? I want to see what the consequences are. Yi Shiwen said coldly, and with a wave of his hand, the long spear actually fell into his hand. The golden-striped horned tiger was depressed and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was born with a noble bloodline, and there were not many who could be stronger than him in his life. In the end, he was beaten up by Yi Shiwen. It was simply a great shame, but he did not rush forward. The guy in front of him was almost as terrifying as the young master. It was not worthwhile to fight him head-on. He would wait until he found the young master and then deal with him. His reaction was very fast, and he immediately turned around to escape. Yi Shiwen sneered and said, "You want to leave now? Aren't you thinking too highly of yourself?" The long spear in his hand, under the urging of his spiritual power, burst out an amazing light, pierced the sky, penetrated the 9 heavens, turned into an amazing beam of light, and chased after the golden-striped horned tiger. Bang! There was another amazing sound, and the long spear cut through the sky on the spot, piercing the golden-striped horned tiger on the spot and nailing it to the ground. Roar! The golden-striped horned tiger screamed again and again, and blood sprayed out. It constantly struggled, trying to break free, and with great difficulty it picked up the long spear. Enduring the amazing pain of the long spear piercing through its body, it turned into a ball of light and flew away. Yi Shiwen did not continue to chase. For him, this kind of punishment was enough. The golden-striped horned tiger might be very strong for others, but for him it was not a threat at all, so he was not worried at all. That golden-striped horned tiger was actually defeated and fled. He is really a monster, not a normal person. Many people exclaimed. In the eyes of everyone, although the golden-striped horned tiger was strong, it was still a normal person. And Yi Shiwen in front of them looked like a monster. For a moment, everyone was in an uproar. Chapter 2502. Everyone was dumbfounded. It was as if they had seen something impossible. They were all gods and had seen a lot of things in their lives. However, they were still shocked today. This person was not any monster or monster that they knew. It was very likely that he was a newly risen monster or monster. Not only in ancient times, there were monsters and monsters in modern times. In fact, there would be some monsters and monsters that shook the world in every era, and they were strong enough to compete with those monsters in ancient times. Of course, generally speaking, such people would only show their power in the later period of the Kurfürst Road, but they were already very strong in the early period. If it wasn't any of the monstrous geniuses that they knew of, then it was very likely that they had risen in the past 100,000 years. Many people began to wonder who this person was. With such strength, he definitely couldn't be a nobody. But compared to ordinary demigods, they were less sensitive to the slightest movement in this aspect. Unless it was a famous place like the Kurfürst Road, it would not be possible to reach their ears overnight. Otherwise, they might spend tens of thousands of years in closed-door training. How could they have the time to pay attention to the newly emerged geniuses? At this time, they also sent out the messenger talismans, one after another. They wanted to find out the background of this person, lest they accidentally kicked an iron plate, which would be a complete tragedy. Yi Shiwen did not care whether they were investigating his background or not. Anyway, he did not intend to hide it. This time he had obtained a golden-backed dragon carp that was about to evolve into a golden-backed dragon carp king. It was a huge harvest. Therefore, even when facing the middle-aged stall owner and the golden-striped horned tiger, he did not kill them directly. "Hey, you are really amazing. Your strength should be far more than this." Zhu Yan stepped forward and said with a smile. She seemed to be very familiar with Yi Shiwen. She had a whole new level of respect for Yi Shiwen after watching the battle just now. However, she could also see that Yi Shiwen had not used his full strength. "But if you take care of that big cat, you will have a lot of trouble in the future," Zhu Yan said with a smile. "Do you know who raised that big cat?" Yi Shiwen shook his head. He did not know. "Anyway, you have reminded me of something today. I will treat you to a meal. Do you have time?" Yi Shiwen looked at Zhu Yan and said, "I didn't help. Hee, I almost ruined your good thing. But I won't let go of a free meal." Zhu Yan was not embarrassed at all. On the contrary, she was generous. "You're new here, so you probably don't know about the best restaurant in the city. Come, let's go and have a feast." This was in stark contrast to the image Yi Shiwen had given before. He originally thought that Zhu Yan was a girl with a princess's temper. Now it seemed that she was a little bit like a princess, but she was not a little girl who was ignorant of the world. With that, Zhu Yan rushed to the center of the city like a ball of fire, leaving behind a string of bell-like laughter. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but laugh as he shook his head, and then followed after them. Hiss! I'm afraid this is really an invincible person. I have just received the news. If I'm not wrong, this person should be the leader of this generation in the Hidden Valley. Yi Shiwen. Someone exclaimed. He received the reply the fastest. It might be because the people of his force were nearby, so they quickly found out Yi Shiwen's identity and origin. Of course, this was also related to Yi Shiwen's not hiding his identity. Is this person very powerful? Someone asked. He had just come out of closed-door training not long ago, so there were many things he was not clear about. This was very normal among the gods. They often went into closed-door training for thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years, so it was common for them to not be clear about current affairs. Powerful, very powerful. This person has only been cultivating for more than 2,000 years, but his strength has improved by leaps and bounds. The latest news I received said that he was already at the peak of the eternal realm 1,000 years ago. No wonder the golden-striped horned tiger was not his opponent. He is indeed an extremely powerful existence. Many of the surrounding ancient gods gasped. It was not that they had not seen ancient freaks and geniuses. It was not too surprising for him to prove his Tao in a mere 2,000 years. What was more terrifying was that he was already at the peak of the eternal realm more than 1,000 years ago. Wasn't that him? Didn't he only spend more than 1,000 years to prove his Tao all the way and improve his cultivation to a level that they could only look up to? If so, I'm afraid he is another monster of this generation. If this goes on, I'm afraid it will not take tens of thousands of years for him to reach the king realm. Some people showed an envious look on their faces. They had cultivated for so many years, but they were still struggling in the eternal realm. At most, they had just broken through to the eternal realm, so they could only wander around in this lower heaven. But this junior, in a mere 2,000 years, had already reached a realm that they might not be able to reach in their lifetime. This feeling was simply a slap in the face. Moreover, it was the kind of slap that made a lot of noise. It was really infuriating to compare oneself with others. If this goes on, it will be interesting. This Yi Shiwen has cultivated to this level in just 2,000 years. He should be a monster of this generation. But the person behind the golden-striped horned tiger is not an ordinary person. Now that you mention it, I remember. Could it be Wu Ziyu of the Wu brothers? Hiss! If it's him, then I'm afraid this matter will be really lively. His subordinate was beaten up, and with his temper, how could he let it go? And Yi Shiwen doesn't seem to have any intention of leaving. This time, I'm afraid there will be a fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger. At the same time, Yi Shiwen and Zhu Yan had arrived at the largest restaurant in the city, the Azure Sky Tower. Let me tell you, this Azure Sky Tower is considered to have a background. Many cities in the 33 heavens have their branches, and the master behind them is Master by Tian. With his strength, how many people dare to not give him face? Zhu Yan are introduced to Yi Shiwen. She also guessed that not only was it Yi Shiwen's first time in the city, but it was also the first time he entered the Kurfürst Road. This time when the Kurfürst Road opened, many monstrous geniuses in the world also did not want to be left out, and wanted to go in to find their own opportunities. Perhaps they were not qualified to compete for the fortune of the emperor, but in the Kurfürst Road, there were far more opportunities and fortunes. On the contrary, it was a feast of the gods. Even if they were not qualified to compete for the fortune of the emperor, they would often be able to gain something. Wasn't she the same? Master Bai Tian is also a very famous and powerful existence in the ancient times. Rumor has it that someone saw him fighting against a king-level powerhouse outside without being at a disadvantage. He is very strong, said Zhu Yan. Yi Shiwen could not help but be slightly moved. He was also very clear about what it meant to be able to fight against a king-level powerhouse. Even if it was only against a powerhouse in the early stage of the king level. It meant that his strength was enough to run rampant in the Kurfürst Road in the 33 heavens. No wonder he could open a restaurant in the 33 heavens. It was not surprising that he had such a powerful background. Indeed. Yi Shiwen nodded. Zhu Yan saw that Yi Shiwen was only slightly moved, and then returned to normal. She could not help but be a little surprised. Normally, people would not be so calm after hearing about Master Bai Tian's achievements. She could also see that Yi Shiwen was not the kind of person who forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart, but he was really just surprised. His state of mind was not ordinary, and he really had the belief that he was invincible. Normal people just heard that Master Bai Tian could fight against a king-level powerhouse, and they would not have any thoughts of fighting against him. However, he was only slightly surprised. This kind of determination was already shocking. Of course, this was also related to strength. Having enough strength was called having a card up his sleeve. If not, then one did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, and summer insects could not talk about ice. However, Yi Shiwen did not look like an arrogant person. Did he really have the confidence to fight against Master Bai Tian now or in the future? Yi Shiwen naturally did not know that Zhu Yan could analyze so much from his reaction, but he could also see that this woman was indeed not ordinary. Master Bai Tian is too far away. Let's not worry about it for now. However, you just beat up the golden horned tiger. Is it appropriate to stay here and not leave? Zhu Yan looked at Yi Shiwen and said with a faint smile, "Speaking of which, Miss Yan, you should know who is behind this golden horned tiger, right?" Yi Shiwen looked at her, not the slightest bit afraid. "Calling me Miss Yan is too distant. It is fate that brought us together. You can just call me Yan." Zhu Yan said with a smile, "Okay." Yi Shiwen did not act pretentious, and directly nodded in agreement. This golden horned tiger is very strong, and it does not lose to the geniuses of the same level. If you did not make a move, I do not believe that anyone could beat it like a dog. Zhu Yan said with a smile, "But what really makes people afraid is its background. The master who subdued it is not someone else, but the younger brother of the Wu brothers, Wu Ziyu. Wu Ziyu is his brother Wu Zimo." Yi Shiwen could not help but ask, "Hey, you know the two of them?" Zhu Yan asked curiously. "Wu Ziyu was very famous more than 100,000 years ago. Someone specially mentioned him to me," Yi Shiwen said, still looking indifferent. But in his heart he was calculating. Wu Zimo was an extremely powerful genius more than 100,000 years ago. The reason why he knew about him was because he found out about Ji Renwang. He was a genius of the same generation as Ji Renwang. Although he was overshadowed by Ji Renwang, he was still a person who stirred up a great storm when he first entered the Kurfürst Road. Chapter 2503. In fact, back then, Ji Renwang was the best in his generation. Not to mention that generation, even many other monstrous geniuses were overshadowed by him. It could be said that in the last Kurfürst Road, no one was more famous than him. Therefore, many people had the impression that there was only one Ji Renwang in the current generation. That meant that Ji Renwang was indeed very strong, but it did not mean that the people of the same generation were not strong. And among the people who competed with Ji Renwang, there was Wu Zimo. Although this Wu Zimo was not as strong as Ji Renwang, he was almost at the top level of the Kurfürst Road in the current generation. It could almost be said that without the existence of a monstrous genius like Ji Renwang, he could already do the best that a normal person could do. It was not that he was not strong enough, but Ji Renwang was too strong. This was an existence that was born to become a human king. After 100,000 years of accumulation, in everyone's speculation, Wu Zimo must have entered the ranks of the top group of people in the current Kurfürst Road, a terrifying existence that could sweep the Kurfürst Road. It was also because of this that he knew about Wu Zimo and even thought of Wu Zimo from Wu Ziyu. That's true. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, Wu Zimo could be said to be invincible in his generation. if he did not happen to meet a monstrous monster like Jiren Wang. In other times, he would basically be invincible in his generation. Zhu Yan'er was not surprised. With Wu Ziyu's strength and experience, he was indeed qualified to enter the list of the most noteworthy people of the major forces. On the list of the most noteworthy people of many sects, there was only one information about this kind of person, and that was if you met him, escape if you could. Losing to him was not a disgrace. To be able to make a king sect mark such information, one could imagine how terrifying such a person was. Presumably, your master should have mentioned to you that this person should be marked as a dangerous person. If you can escape, it is not a disgrace. Zhu Yan'er said. Yi Shiwen grinned and said, "One day, I will also remember my name on their list." Ha ha ha. Zhu Yan let out a burst of silvery laughter. At this time, Yi Shiwen didn't seem like a calm master, but more like a fledgling boy. Yi Shiwen laughed and didn't care about it. He knew that the other party didn't believe him. Any one of them could be called a peerless evildoer. Just being a genius was useless. One must be a genius among the geniuses, an evildoer among evildoers. How could it be that easy? There might not even be a few in 100,000 years. Wu Zimo should be exploring the upper sky now, but Wu Ziyu alone is not easy to deal with. Although Wu Ziyu is not as famous as Wu Zimo, many people say that if Wu Ziyu was not born late, he would be comparable to his brother. He is very powerful. Zhu Yan'er said with a smile, "Oh, there is such a saying." Yi Shiwen faintly smiled, but he didn't seem to care much about it. Wu Zimo was one of the strongest people in the Kurfürst Road today, and Wu Ziyu was said to be on par with his brother. Whether or not it was true, he was certainly not a simple person. "What are you afraid?" Zhu Yan'er said with a smile, and there was a hint of mockery in her tone. "What's there to be afraid of? Even if he is comparable to his brother, so what? I am destined to surpass his brother." Yi Shiwen said carelessly, "You will suffer greatly if you continue like this. I'll give you another piece of news. He seems to have broken into the Sage Realm before the Kurfürst Road. He wants this golden-backed dragon carp king. If I'm not wrong, he should be preparing to break into the next realm. If he gains hundreds of thousands of years of power, it will be enough for him to go further." Zhu Yan'er said with a smile. Yi Shiwen nodded. He was already prepared. He could see some clues from the golden-striped horned tiger. However, this didn't make him retreat. On the contrary, he was a little excited. Finally, there was a worthy opponent. He might have a chance to release the power that he had accumulated for thousands of years. Seeing that Yi Shiwen was still careless, Zhu Yan had a deeper guess about his background. Perhaps he was even more unfathomable than she had imagined. "Speaking of which, I am also a little curious about you. Even if Wu Ziyu is not secretive, these things are not known by ordinary people. Even I can't see your origin with my Dharma eyes. I wonder if it's convenient for you to tell me?" Yi Shiwen took the initiative and asked, "It's not inconvenient. I am from the Vermilion Bird clan." Zhu Yan said, "Vermilion Bird?" Yi Shiwen didn't expect it to be the legendary divine bird. It was a clan even rarer than the Phoenix clan. In the legends, there were 4 sacred beasts, namely the 4 symbols. Among them, the vermilion bird represented the south. There were legends of the vermilion bird in many worlds. Some people also mixed the Vermilion Bird clan with the Fire Phoenix clan. The Vermilion Bird clan was indeed good at using fire. Among the birds, the Phoenix clan, the Vermilion Bird clan, and the 3 clans of the Golden Crow clan were famous for their powerful fire tribute clans. They were powerful enough to cultivate their own clan's magical power. However, compared to the Phoenix clan, the 3 clans of the Golden Crow clan, which had dominated the heavens, the Vermilion Bird clan was undoubtedly much more low-key. The people of this clan also patrolled various worlds and suppressed the Earth's veins. They belonged to a clan that had contributed to the world, so they were protected by the power of various worlds. The Phoenix clan had suffered heavy losses, and the 3 clans of the Golden Crow clan were directly annihilated. However, the Vermilion Bird clan had always been safe and sound. Although they had never been extremely glorious, they had existed since ancient times. After countless years, the accumulation of strength was very terrifying. They were probably not inferior to the inheritance of an emperor. The people of this clan were relatively rare. There were only a few clansmen, unlike the Phoenix clan, which had many subspecies. Their descendants could be seen in almost every world. Hee, it's rare. Zhu Yan smiled brightly as if she was hiding something. Yi Shiwen nodded. If it was the Vermilion Bird clan, then it was not strange. The Vermilion Bird clan was born with the protection of great merit. Unless they were exposed, others would not be able to see their origin. If it's the Vermilion Bird clan, Zhu Yinghuang. Such a name suddenly appeared in Yi Shiwen's mind. This was also a powerful existence that shocked the Kurfürst Road. Since her debut, she had never been defeated. She was a terrifying existence that was invincible in her generation. Her reputation was not weaker than Ji Runwang. That's my brother, Zhu Yan said with a smile. However, Yi Shiwen did not dare to underestimate her. There were not many people in the Vermilion Bird clan, but everyone was a genius. There was not a simple character. This was somewhat similar to the Fallen Angel clan, but there were fewer people than the Fallen Angel clan. Although Zhu Yan was smiling, Yi Shiwen felt that she seemed to be unwilling to mention this name. No wonder the stall owner couldn't do anything to you. Yi Shiwen finally understood why the middle-aged stall owner was so afraid of Zhu Yan. Not only did she have a powerful clan behind her, but she also had such a powerful brother to support her. No wonder she did things without restraint. Don't misunderstand. This has nothing to do with him. I taught that devil a lesson, so he is afraid of me. Zhu Yan said immediately, as if she did not want others to think that this had anything to do with her brother. No matter what, I have the honor to treat the princess of the Vermilion Bird clan to a meal today. Yi Shiwen continued after ordering a few dishes. Haha, Brother Yi, you don't need to be humble. Although I have a bit of a reputation, I mostly rely on my background. You have pushed your way up, and even that arrogant guy, Ao Chaozong, was defeated by you. This is not something an ordinary person can do. Zhu Yan said with a smile. Yi Shiwen was startled. He clearly did not introduce his name, but Zhu Yan knew it. She probably went to check his identity, but he did not notice it at all. She must have used a secret method of the Vermilion Bird clan. My name is not worth mentioning. Like you said just now, it is fate that we met. From now on, just call me Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen did not hesitate for long, and he quickly regained his composure. Anyway, he did not intend to hide his identity, and it was only a matter of time before people found out. Seeing that Yi Shiwen had regained his composure, Zhu Yan's mouth twitched, and she said, "Since there is a local tyrant treating me, then I will eat to my heart's content. Waiter, bring me your best dishes, one of each." Yi Shiwen could not help but shake his head and laugh. Today his wallet was bleeding a lot, but no matter how he looked at it, it was a profit. He was in a good mood, so he did not care about this. During the banquet, Yi Shiwen also ate to his heart's content. Neither of them were refined people, so they did not chew slowly and swallowed slowly. In a short while they were full. Let's go. If this continues, we will become monkeys. Yi Shiwen took the lead and said to Zhu Yan. Unknowingly, there were already many people around them. Although they pretended to be ordinary diners, they could not hide it from Yi Shiwen. Presumably, the news of what happened just now had spread, and many people wanted to see something new. Why, you are not waiting for Wu Ziyu? Zhu Yan was a little surprised. She clearly felt that Yi Shiwen had the intention to fight with Wu Ziyu. That kind of fanaticism could not be deceived. It doesn't matter, he is just a whetstone. If he wants to come, then come. I will not delay my journey because of his matter, Yi Shiwen said with a smile. Zhu Yan Uri's evaluation of Yi Shiwen went up a level. Even if many people were not afraid of Wu Ziyu, they would not be so indifferent. It was not because they were ignorant, but because they were confident. They had a strong confidence in their own strength. Zhu Yan suddenly smiled and said, "But even if you don't wait for him, he will come looking for you." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying pressure pressed down on the city unscrupulously. Chapter 2504. This was an ancient and vicissitude aura. It spread out and instantly seemed to turn the surroundings into a world of stone. It spread out from the void in the distance. Many deities woke up from their seclusion. This stone aura had seeped into the city unscrupulously and was about to petrify all life in the city. Sure enough, it's Wu Ziyu. The two brothers are both divine fetuses born from the same piece of fairy stone. They are born with the martial arts of stone and are known as stone sages. Zhu Yan's eyes sparkled. Although she had heard of Wu Ziyu's name, she had never seen him before. This was the first time. What a strong stone aura. Could it be that Wu Ziyu has appeared? Although the others' reactions were not as fast as Zhu Yan, they were not far behind. They had originally planned to come and watch the show. How could they not understand that Wu Ziyu had appeared? This stone aura is so strong that it has even seeped into the barrier. Could it be that he has completely refined his fairy stone? Someone exclaimed. In that case, Wu Ziyu should have entered the sage realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to completely refine his fairy stone. It is impossible for him to do what his brother failed to do. If that is the case, then it is terrifying. The sage realm is enough to dominate the lower heavens. Yi Shiwen was slightly moved. This kind of connate life form was very powerful. They were born with a supreme martial art, but at the same time they were restricted by their connate body. If they could not refine the body, they could not be considered to have achieved the great path. In that case, the higher they cultivated, the narrower the great path would be. But once they refined the body and achieved the great path, then their cultivation would have a breakthrough in a short period of time, and the improvement would be great. After Wu Zimo refined the body, he rose to become a first-class figure in the Kurfürst Road in a short period of time. Now Wu Ziyu was like Wu Zimo. After refining the body, he would advance by leaps and bounds. If he could swallow a golden-back dragon carp king, he would probably be able to replicate the miracle that Wu Zimo created 100,000 years ago in a short period of time. Yi Shiwen smiled coldly. This Wu Ziyu was really courageous. He was actually unscrupulous in the city. When he attacked just now, he was also restrained and did not act recklessly. A city lord might not be enough to make him feel fear, but there were countless large and small forces in the city, and there were many evildoers and monsters behind them. It was just like how the Azure Sky Tower was the property of young Master by Tian. Who would dare to mess around here? Wu Ziyu, what are you trying to do? Someone shouted loudly, unable to see him act so arrogantly here. Many people were in an uproar. As expected, it was Wu Ziyu. They all swept their divine senses up into the sky and saw a young man dressed in white standing in midair. His handsome face carried a somewhat cold expression. He was tall and slender, looking like a dragon among men. However, his expression was unusually cold. His body seemed to have turned into a world of stone, suppressing all the other great paths, leaving only the boundless stone path. Many people's eyes were even more shocked and fearful. It seemed that this was not a deliberate leak. Perhaps it was because he had just broken through and was unable to truly control it, so some of it was leaked. And just this little leak was already so terrifying. If he completely leaked it, what would happen? The person who injured my servant and stole my golden-backed dragon carp come out. I only want him to die. It has nothing to do with you. Wu Ziyu said slowly, his voice cold and ruthless. Seems like you're here for me. Yi Shiwen smiled faintly. His entire body instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already above the city. You're the guy who stole my golden-backed dragon carp? Wu Ziyu looked coldly at Yi Shiwen and then said, he seemed to be constantly sizing up Yi Shiwen. That's right. If you want to fight, come with me. Yi Shiwen took a big stride and flew out of the city. He did not want to fight inside the city. Otherwise, once he let go, no matter how many enchantments there were in the city, it would be extremely easy to have problems. Don't go. Wu Ziyu shouted loudly and directly chased after him. Not far behind him, a fiery light chased after him. If it was not Zhu Yenner, who else could it be? After Zhu Yenner, many people directly chased after him, wanting to see the battle between the two. In particular, many people had also figured out Yi Shiwen's origin. In their hearts, they were even more expectant. Both of them were invincible figures of this generation, and they could be considered to have outstanding military achievements. Although Wu Ziyu was famous, Yi Shiwen was not bad either. Thousands of years ago, he had already defeated the Dragon Clan's pride, Ao Chaozong, and became famous for a time. The battle between the two contemporary pride of the generation was no less attractive than the battle between those monstrous figures. Even if some of the big figures did not follow in person, they all swept out their divine senses and chased after them. Yi Shiwen's figure flew all the way out of the city for hundreds of kilometers before finally stopping. As soon as he stopped, the stone chi spread over, constantly flickering with light and shadow, forming a world of stone chi. This stone chi formed on the spot, instantly turning into a world, suppressing down. The stone chi could be said to have chased after Yi Shiwen all the way out. As soon as they stopped, they attacked him. Child's play. Yi Shiwen sneered, raised his spiritual power and blasted out a punch. The terrifying fist energy blasted out like a cannonball, blasting through the sky, directly blasting into the world of stone chi. Boom! Yi Shiwen suddenly penetrated countless layers of the world of stone chi. In the center of the world of stone chi, a figure suddenly appeared. An even more terrifying stone chi swept down, condensing into a piece of immortal stone, suppressing Yi Shiwen on the spot. Yi Shiwen was not in a hurry. His palm directly turned into a sky-flipping seal. With a flip of his palm, it seemed that the entire world had turned upside down. A burst of darkness appeared. It was very terrifying, and it blasted towards the group of stone chi. Boom! Yi Shiwen's sky-flipping seal shattered the stone chi on the spot. Boom! A series of explosions sounded, and the world of stone chi collapsed, revealing the figure of Wu Ziyu. His speed was very fast. Almost as soon as Yi Shiwen arrived, he had already arrived. Many people behind him had just arrived, and they were a little dumbfounded when they saw such a fierce battle. This is just the beginning, and there is already such an intense battle. If this continues, won't the sky and earth shatter? Many people looked at the scene, and they were a little scared. If it were them, they might not even be able to withstand this move, and would be blasted to death on the spot. They could all see that the power of these two people had almost exceeded everyone's imagination. They might not be able to handle one of these two moves, even if they tried their best. Wu Ziyu did not continue to attack, but looked up and down at Yi Shiwen, and then asked, "Tell me your name." He did not even want to ask for his name before, but now he felt that Yi Shiwen was qualified to tell him his name. Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen said lightly, "So it's you." Wu Ziyu also seemed to remember who Yi Shiwen was. They were both rising figures of this generation, and he had more or less heard of them, unlike those old people who had not heard of him at all. "Ao Chaozong was defeated by your hands." Wu Ziyu said lightly, "You are still considered a figure, but if you think that you can be mentioned in the same breath as me just because you defeated Ao Chaozong, then you are gravely mistaken. Even Ao Chaozong would not dare to be presumptuous in front of me." Everyone pricked up their ears. This was related to another heaven's pride expert, Ao Chaozong. Although Ao Chaozong had been defeated by Yi Shiwen, it didn't damage his prestige. After all, he was still high and mighty in their eyes. It wasn't that Ao Chaozong wasn't strong enough, but Yi Shiwen was too tyrannical. Almost everyone who had seen that battle had the same opinion. Ao Chaozong was born in the golden dragon race of the dragon race, and could be said to have a noble bloodline. But Wu Ziyu was not bad either. He was a divine fetus bred from an immortal stone, and his roots were very noble and extraordinary. On the contrary, Yi Shiwen had not heard of any extraordinary background, and only knew that he swept his way up, and among the three people he knew the least. But how could someone who could defeat Ao Chaozong be simple? Whether he dares to be presumptuous in front of you or not, it has nothing to do with me. Moreover, I don't think it will be true. Yi Shiwen smiled coldly. In his opinion, Wu Ziyu was more or less blowing his own trumpet. Ao Chaozong was in his hands. But with his arrogance, how could anyone force him to not dare to act presumptuously with mere coercion? Wu Ziyu frowned slightly. Yi Shiwen was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined, and he did not take him seriously at all. Hand over the golden-backed dragon carp, or else don't even think of leaving here alive today. Wu Ziyu said coldly, So what if I don't hand it over? Who do you think you are, the king of heaven? You still want to steal my golden-backed dragon carp. Yi Shiwen said without showing any weakness. Wu Ziyu's expression became even colder, and he said, Since you are not willing to hand it over, then use your life to exchange. Anyway, killing you is the same. Wallalala. The stone energy on Wu Ziyu's body instantly soared, and the surrounding horizon turned into a kingdom of stone. Die! Along with his loud shout, those stone dragons condensed in the air and fiercely pounced towards him. Thousands upon thousands of stone dragons condensed and entrenched in the air. It looked spectacular and crowded around Wu Ziyu. Wu Ziyu stood on the largest stone dragon with an ice-cold look on his face. He looked like an ancient god who was destroying the world. Ordinary people couldn't even imagine the terrifying strength boiling around him. I said before, it's just a small trick. If it's only at this level, then it's still far from enough. Yi Shiwen let out a long roar, and a stone dragon exploded in the sky, turning into powder. Chapter 2505. Yi Shiwen smashed the stone dragon with just one punch, turning it into talisman fragments that drifted everywhere. Each of these stone dragons was made of endless stone chi, condensed from the talismans of the stone path. They were very terrifying, comparable to gold and iron, but they were completely unable to do anything to Yi Shiwen. Do you think this is all? Wu Ziyu said coldly. Above his head, a little immortal spiritual chi appeared, as if it was the starting point of all the stone chi, and also the origin of all the stone chi. This was a little bit of his immortal true spirit. More stone chi spread out from his body, forming a frenzy. Whoosh! With a shrill sound, the stone dragons were like sharp swords all over the sky, piercing through space and sweeping towards Yi Shiwen. The power he displayed had surpassed the peak of the imperishable realm, reaching a realm that no one had ever reached before or since. Sure enough, he has cultivated to the sage realm. What terrifying power! An existence, who is also at the peak of the imperishable realm, could not help but say with a trembling voice. Even though they were far away, just the aura alone made them feel a kind of unparalleled power. Wu Ziyu, who had cultivated to the sage realm, was almost invincible. Unless there was also an existence of the sage realm, it was impossible to compete with him. Bang! 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 Yi Shiwen's speed was extremely fast, shuttling through the stone dragons, constantly bombarding them. Every punch shattered the sky, shattering a stone dragon. Any one of these stone dragons that filled the sky could easily kill a powerful, imperishable realm master, but they kept exploding in his hands. This scene also stunned the people watching from afar. Was this still a human? How could he be so terrifying? His physical body was simply tyrannical and amazing. I said, if this is all you can do, you are still far from it. Yi Shiwen's figure was very relaxed, and his figure was also very leisurely. So fast! Zhu Yan saw Yi Shiwen's figure constantly shuttling, but not a single stone dragon could hit him. She originally thought that she had overestimated Yi Shiwen, but in fact, at this time, she realized that he seemed to have underestimated her. Even though Wu Ziyu had used tyrannical power that exceeded the imperishable realm, he still could not do anything to him. Who the hell is this person? At this moment, even Wu Ziyu's expression changed slightly. He originally thought that Yi Shiwen was only an ordinary, imperishable sage. Although he had some ability, compared to him, he was still far from it. He didn't expect that Yi Shiwen's hidden strength would be so strong. He had been very confident in himself. Although there were countless monsters on the Kurfürst Road, he was at least one of them and would not lose to anyone. You're distracted. While he was thinking about this, Yi Shiwen suddenly rushed in front of him. Then he heard a loud sound of breaking through the air, and the space suddenly shattered. Yi Shiwen had rushed in front of him without him knowing. Human Dao Fist! He punched out and instantly turned into a human path world. He punched out and shattered the layers of space, directly blasting Wu Ziyu's real body behind the endless space. Bang! Caught off guard, Wu Ziyu was actually sent flying. Cracks began to appear on his chest, injuring his vital energy. Xiao! There was a loud sound of breaking through the air. Wu Ziyu directly crashed into a divine mountain, dragging out a huge crack. How is this possible? Wu Ziyu has clearly displayed power that exceeds the imperishable realm. How is he still injured? Many people stared with their eyes wide open. If Wu Ziyu was only unable to easily take down Yi Shiwen before, it could be pardoned. Now that Yi Shiwen sent Wu Ziyu flying with a punch, it was a bit against everyone's understanding. In everyone's view, when a sage realm cultivator faced an imperishable realm deity, they had unimaginable suppressive power. It was not that there were none who could compete with them, but Wu Ziyu obviously could not be an ordinary sage realm cultivator. He should be one of the best. Bang! With a bang, the entire divine mountain suddenly exploded. Wu Ziyu's figure jumped out from within. He looked a bit disheveled, but the cracks on his chest had already been healed. With his cultivation and methods, it was a piece of cake. At this moment, his expression was extremely ugly. Not only had he not taken down Yi Shiwen, but he had also been sent flying by a punch. It was simply a great humiliation. He did not know if a sage realm cultivator being sent flying by an imperishable realm cultivator was unprecedented. But for him, this was already the greatest humiliation in his life. He had never felt this way before. You have completely angered me, Wu Ziyu said coldly. So what? I just said that it is impossible for you to defeat me at this level. Use your full strength. Let me see how amazing the sage realm is. Yi Shiwen said, not giving in at all. Stone sword. Wu Ziyu put his hands together and created a stone sword from the void. It looked extremely crude, like the stone swords made by people in the Stone Age. However, this stone sword burst out with a chilling aura of stone chi and sword chi. Wu Ziyu's martial Dao cultivation was truly extraordinary. He was actually able to fuse sword chi and stone chi into one. This seemingly crude stone sword was condensed with many talismans of the stone Dao and sword Dao, entangling together to form a terrifyingly powerful divine weapon. The divine radiance constantly flowed on the sword like streams of light. Boom! Under Wu Ziyu's brandishing, the stone sword slashed down, directly blasting towards Yi Shiwen. A huge crack was easily torn in the sky. Stone chi and sword chi crisscrossed everywhere. Watch out! Zhu Yan could not help but warn him. The power of this stone sword made even her feel a little fearful. She could not help but warn him, because she saw that Yi Shiwen did not dodge at all and punched forward. She had seen such a scene before when Yi Shiwen dealt with the golden-striped horned tiger. However, how could that golden-striped horned tiger be compared to Wu Ziyu? The two were not at the same level at all. Although the spear of the golden-striped horned tiger was terrifying, it could not be compared to the stone sword at all. Boom! There was a huge explosion like the sound of gold and iron colliding. Yi Shiwen heard Zhu Yan scream, but he did not stop at all and directly punched forward. Endless ripples spread out in an instant, annihilating atoms in the sky, causing endless explosions, forming a shocking tide, forming a huge mushroom cloud, slowly rising. The collision this time contained an astonishing amount of power. In such a terrible explosion, many people's divine thoughts were useless. They could not see clearly at all. They opened their magic eyes one after another and saw clearly. In the midst of it, they saw Yi Shiwen's figure suddenly rushing out, bringing with it a terrifying wave of air that blew away everything. The sword fell directly on Yi Shiwen's fist. It only annihilated the endless power of thunder, but it could not hurt Yi Shiwen's body. It was as if all the power of thunder in his body was concentrated in his fist, contending with the sword chi of the stone sword. Not enough, not enough! Yi Shiwen's body flashed all kinds of light at the same time. The 5 Emperor's battle suit and the powerful Thunderbolt battle suit were all on his body. It looked like he was an emperor who was on an expedition, powerful and invincible. Chun Shaolian grabbed the sword and the stone, a terrifying divine artifact that could not even break through his skin. Chun Shaolian made use of the momentum to instantly appear before Wu Ziyu. He rushed to attack. What kind of terrifying, fleshly body is this? I have never seen anyone with such a powerful, fleshly body. It is said that Wu Ziyu's sword in the stone is a magic artifact that was born alongside him. As he grew, it continued to grow. No one has ever dared to use their fleshly body to block it. Yes, no matter how powerful a person is, they will be cut in half by the sword chi. If they are contaminated by the stone chi, they will be directly petrified. However, Yi Shiwen seems to have a battle suit to isolate the stone chi, so he will not be petrified. Zhu Yan'er's eyes were like flames. This was her magic eyes. She clearly saw that the power of the 5 elements was circulating in Yi Shiwen's body, isolating all the stone chi. Therefore, the stone chi that could make others pale at the mention of it could not do anything to him at all. This also made one of Wu Ziyu's trump cards completely ineffective. What was the point of a trump card that could not be used at all? It was completely meaningless. But at the same time, she was also very clear that it looked simple, but to isolate the stone chi was not so simple. Because Wu Ziyu's stone chi was brought from the celestial stone, and the quality was very high. Just a little bit was enough to petrify the world. Even if she encountered it herself, she would need to use all her strength to resist the stone chi in the stone sword. She could not be as free as Yi Shiwen, and her body could not forcibly resist the stone sword. He is indeed a monster. If this goes on, maybe one day he will be added to the list of dangerous people of the major forces. Zhu Yan'er said with a chuckle. Seeing that there was no problem with Yi Shiwen, she was relieved. Bang! At the same time, Yi Shiwen had already punched Wu Ziyu's body again. Suddenly, his chest was smashed again, and his whole body fell 100 miles away like a meteor. When the crowd saw this scene, they were dumbfounded. It was not that they had not seen the tyrannical Eternal Realm, which was said to be able to fight against the Sage Realm, but that was only the weakest existence in the Sage Realm. They had never heard of a strong person like Wu Ziyu being abused like this. 2 punches sent him flying twice. Wu Ziyu was probably completely crazy. This was a great shame. It was really embarrassing for a Sage Realm to be abused like this by an Eternal Realm. Many people were even muttering in their hearts, was he really only in the Eternal Realm? Chapter 2506. Many people were muttering to themselves. Was this really just the imperishable realm? It was simply too freakish. They could not believe that this was just an imperishable realm. Even with their vast knowledge, they had never heard of anyone being able to do this, to be able to compete with the sage realm with just their own strength. No, even Wu Ziyu, who was in the sage realm, had been beaten miserably. This was not just about being able to compete with him. Wu Ziyu continued to roar like a wounded beast. This was the second time. If the first time was pardonable, the second time was truly an indescribable humiliation. His black hair fluttered in the wind. An entire world seemed to have fallen into a stone aura. The world was collapsing inch by inch, and the stone aura that filled the air was like an ancient, divine mountain. Every strand of it was extremely heavy, and even a little bit of it could penetrate a world. It was extremely terrifying. All of a sudden, the world seemed to have stepped back into the Stone Age. I'll talk. You. Don't underestimate me. I'm not at this level either. Wu Ziyu roared, and the aura on his body was increasing every minute and second. He had hidden most of his strength before, and now he had completely erupted. As an expert of the sage realm, he was definitely not at this level. Moreover, his accumulation was really deep to an unbelievable level. He had just broken through and was already at the peak of the early stage of the imperishable realm. This was definitely not the little bit of strength that he had shown. It was just that he did not want to affect the foundation that he had just entered the sage realm, and most of his strength was used to consolidate his foundation. Now he had been sent flying by Yi Shiwen twice in a row, and his pride had been seriously trampled. It was extremely embarrassing. Now he could not care so much and released all of it. So strong. This chi has already affected all martial arts within a radius of 10,000 miles. Many people instantly felt an unprecedented pressure crushing down on them, making them feel that all the muscles in their bodies were stiff, as if they had encountered an ancient giant beast. It was just an invisible pressure, and it made them feel unprecedented pressure. I feel that his stone path is robbing my martial arts. Damn it, how can this be? The martial arts in my body are not listening. Not good. Many people quickly operated their martial power to suppress it. This terrible chi had even affected their martial arts. And this was just the aftermath. Yi Shiwen, who was in the center, was suffering from a terrible pressure. What will you do? Zhu Yen'er looked at Yi Shiwen and muttered. Wallalala. Yi Shiwen's clothes were constantly fluttering under the influence of this terrifying chi. He just looked at Wu Ziyu coldly without any expression. Wu Ziyu's expression was somewhat sinister as he said angrily, "So, don't underestimate me too much." He had never had such a strong desire to prove himself. He just wanted to prove that he was not that weak. Whoosh! He took a step forward, and his figure directly penetrated the void, directly tearing through the terrifying sound barrier. With the sound of a clap of thunder, a stone dragon condensed and spat out a thunderbolt in the air. This was another kind of mutated thunder, stone thunder. In fact, there were countless types of thunder and lightning, and stone thunder was also a very special kind. Compared to the Emu green thunder, it was a little less gentle, and its power was a notch higher and more domineering. Boom! With a loud roar, this stone thunder exploded in the air in front of Yi Shiwen. The terrifying explosive force directly blew up the power of thunder on the surface of Yi Shiwen's body. With the degree of defense of his thunder battle armor, it was actually blown up in an instant. The domineering degree of this stone thunder was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Although it was not able to hurt Yi Shiwen, it was still very impressive compared to the battle where Yi Shiwen completely had the upper hand. Ha ha ha, Yi Shiwen, you can block it for a while, but can you block it for a lifetime? Wu Ziyu laughed loudly and waved his hand. In an instant, thousands of stone dragons condensed and formed. Thousands of stone dragons all opened their mouths and spat out powerful stone thunder. Rumble! A series of explosions rang out in an instant. Countless stones and thunder exploded at the same time. The terrifying power instantly formed a terrifying ripple that spread out in all directions. Looking from afar, it suddenly formed a terrifying pillar of air that rushed into the sky. This pillar of air directly swept a terrifying range of thousands of miles. Whoosh! A figure directly jumped out from it, leaping out from the endless energy of the stone thunder. Who else could it be other than Yi Shiwen? He stepped on the bottom of his feet, and a mass of thunder energy appeared. He almost teleported away from the range of the explosion. The thunder battle armor on his whole body was also blown to pieces. Even his golden body was affected. Let's see where else you can run to. The current you looks like a rat running around everywhere. Ha 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 ha. Wu Ziyu laughed wildly and said, I want you to understand that your little bit of strength is nothing compared to the real sage realm. Just you alone, Dai. His expression was ferocious, as if he had thought of something extremely carefree. Hundreds of stone dragons formed and rushed towards Yi Shiwen, and then exploded in the air. This kind of attack seemed to be endless. He was very strong, and his spiritual power was unimaginably thick. This kind of attack, for an ordinary imperishable realm cultivator, would be able to exhaust their cultivation power in just one attack. It could be used as a big move, but for him, such an attack was actually just an ordinary attack. The strength of the divine fetus brood in the fairy stone was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Boom! 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 The terrifying attack continued to explode, and Yi Shiwen just kept retreating. Although the stone thunder could not seriously injure him, it still made him quite embarrassed. The thunder battle armor constantly condensed and was constantly blown apart. Run, run, ha ha ha. Run to the ends of the earth. It's really too ugly. Tisk. Yi Shiwen stopped. It's really not interesting at all. You are indeed much stronger than before. But compared to me, you still have no chance of winning. He put on the 5 Emperors' battle armor again, as if a powerful 5 Elements Emperor had been reborn and appeared in the world, and 4 powerful martial arts incarnations merged into his body. Boom! 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 His strength was also increasing, soaring every minute and every second, and in an instant it rose to an unprecedented level. It's not just that you hid your strength. If this is all you have, you still can't beat me. Yi Shiwen crushed hundreds of stone dragons that had pounced towards him. He had been constantly retreating due to the impact of the stone dragons. However, he had now crushed them with a single slap. Such an increase in strength caused the surrounding people to be taken aback. They all felt like they were sucking in a breath of cold air. It's really a monster, is that 4 martial arts incarnations? What a monster! Someone said in a trembling voice. These people were all powerful deities, and they also had their own understanding of martial arts. Some of them had condensed their own martial arts incarnations, but they were also very clear that it was very difficult to condense a second martial arts incarnation. Not to mention that corresponding powerful martial arts would be needed. The difficulty would also increase exponentially, and the difficulty of the 3rd martial arts incarnation was not to mention the 2nd. Almost all those who could condense 4 martial arts incarnations were old monsters who had cultivated for a long time, and even so they were very rare. In the current generation, no one had ever heard of anyone being able to condense 4 martial arts incarnations. In a sense, the stronger the martial arts incarnation, the stronger the person would be. Every time a martial arts incarnation was condensed, the person's strength would increase exponentially. If his strength was originally at the peak of the immortal realm, then he might really be able to fight against the sage realm. Someone exclaimed. At the very least, they had not seen how terrifying the 4 martial arts incarnations would be after merging. Everyone could feel that Yi Shiwen had suddenly become extremely terrifying, including Wu Ziyu, who could feel that Yi Shiwen had become unprecedentedly strong. People say that you might be able to be mentioned in the same breath as your brother. But even so, there is nothing to be proud of, because I am destined to surpass your brother. Yi Shiwen said calmly, and what many people thought was very arrogant words. What did I hear wrong? He actually said that he is destined to surpass Wu Zimo? No way. I admit that he is indeed very strong, but it is too difficult to surpass Wu Zimo. There are not many in the current generation who have such qualifications. Even among the many geniuses, Wu Zimo is a famous and extremely powerful existence. Does he really think so? Arrogant, Wu Ziyu shouted, and his expression was extremely angry. Who do you think you are? Even I can only temporarily look up to him. Who do you think you are? How dare you say you are going to surpass him? Wu Ziyu instantly took a step forward, and the stone dragon under his feet rushed out, crossing the sky and rushing towards Yi Shiwen. The stone sword in his hand was slashed horizontally, and a terrifying power was boiling. Thousands of stone chi and sword chi were burning, entangled together and slashed down. Human Path Fist, 6 Paths Reincarnation. He blasted out a punch, and the power of Human Path twisted out, turning into a huge 6 Paths Reincarnation wheel. The 6 Paths Reincarnation wheel began to spin, and with every spin, the power of the fist increased until it reached its peak. The stone sword and the 6 Paths Reincarnation wheel collided, and after a moment of silence, a piercing sound tore the sky apart. Chapter 2507. It was a truly terrifying collision of power. Wu Ziyu had already unleashed his trump card, and Yi Shiwen's 4 martial arts incarnations were even more shocking. The hidden trump cards of both sides were shockingly powerful. Rumble. The only thing left in the ears of the surrounding people was the roar of the earth-shattering blow, which made everyone dizzy. Even if they had cultivated to their level, there was no way for them to resist at all. No wonder he wasn't shocked at all, even though he knew that Wu Ziyu had entered the sage realm. It turns out that he has such a strong foundation. Zhu Yan said with a smirk. Yi Shiwen was giving her more and more surprises. It was hard to imagine how he could cultivate to such an amazing level in just 2,000 years. In the Kurfürst Road, 2,000 years was almost like a child's existence. There were many people who had cultivated for 70,000 to 80,000 years, not to mention those geniuses who continued to cultivate as the Kurfürst Road opened again and again. But even so, they were not as amazing as this person looked. Even if he were to fight against Wu Ziyu, who had completely unleashed his power, he was not inferior at all. That was Yi Shiwen's greatest confidence. Bang! 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 The power of both sides collided desperately. Every collision could set off turbulent waves of spiritual energy. The sound shook thousands of miles, and the scene of space shattering could be seen everywhere. The power of both sides had far exceeded the ordinary masters in the early stage of the sage realm. The gods of the eternal realm and the immortal realm were trembling with fear. Didn't you ask me how I surpassed him? I'll tell you now, it's because of my strength. Yi Shiwen shouted. An infinite golden light tore out of his hands. The power of thunder attached to it directly tore the sword Qi and stone Qi in the sky. Layers of defense were torn apart, and countless layers of space were torn apart. Wu Ziyu's body was directly seen, and he smashed his fist at him. The fist energy twisted and turned into the wheel of the 6 paths of reincarnation and smashed down. Wu Ziyu had no time to attack, so he could only desperately let go. Bang! Yi Shiwen's fist smashed directly on the body of the stone sword, completely ignoring the stone energy of the stone sword. Although it tried to spread to Yi Shiwen's body, it could not do anything to him. It was directly wiped out by the power of thunder. Buzz! The sword in the stone was struck by a terrifying force, and it shook violently. Wu Ziyu's hands were also shaking violently. His arms felt numb, and he was unable to control the sword in the stone. How is this possible? How can this power be so strong? Wu Ziyu was shocked. He was born as a stone immortal core to begin with, and his physical body was top-notch as well. His original body was made up of that piece of immortal stone. So how could it not be powerful? He had never been at a disadvantage when fighting against many races with powerful physical bodies. But now, in front of Yi Shiwen, he had been defeated time and time again. Even if he burst out with all his strength, he still did not have the upper hand when facing Yi Shiwen. More importantly, Yi Shiwen's level was lower than his. No matter what kind of strength he displayed, he had not reached the sage plane. This was an ironclad fact. This made him feel even more humiliated. Each of Yi Shiwen's punches contained earth-shattering, thunderous energy. This was also the reason why his arm had become numb after being punched by Yi Shiwen. However, this was not an excuse. Falling into a disadvantageous position was falling into a disadvantageous position. Roar! Wu Ziyu roared and took the initiative to attack. The stone sword slashed out a shocking light and slashed towards Yi Shiwen. Ha ha ha, come again! Yi Shiwen did not give in at all. He blasted out the 6 paths of reincarnation, fist one after another. The fusion of the 4 martial arts incarnations made his magical power explode in an instant. Using the 6 paths of reincarnation fist was not difficult at all. Bang! After another collision, Wu Ziyu took several steps back before he managed to stand firm. But then Yi Shiwen had already rushed up to him, and he also did not want to be outdone. He confronted Yi Shiwen tit for tat. Boom! 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 Everyone only saw 2 figures constantly colliding in the void, like 2 meteorites colliding in the sky. It was a terrible scene of the void collapsing everywhere. It's a pity that Wu Ziyu has lost his mind. He is clearly at a disadvantage in the collision of physical strength, but he does not know how to restrain himself. Zhu Yan suddenly said from the side. There was a bit of disdain in her tone, as if she did not care about Wu Ziyu at all. If he had used the realm of the sage realm to suppress himself, then this would not have happened. It is clearly unwise. Many people only realized at this time that it was indeed so. If a person could challenge someone of a higher level, he must have the confidence. At this time, fighting recklessly in the area that he was best at was tantamount to asking for a beating. But at this time, Zhu Yan was still able to observe all this so calmly. This woman was not ordinary. Everyone looked over at this time, and sure enough, Wu Ziyu was still forcibly clashing with Yi Shiwen. But each time he retreated, the steps became larger, and each recovery became more difficult. In the battle with Yi Shiwen, he was completely at a disadvantage. At the beginning, he was only slightly behind, but now this gap had expanded to a great extent. His movements were not agile, and half of his body was numb from Yi Shiwen's bombardment. Again, I will finish you with one punch. Yi Shiwen's footsteps flickered, and he secretly used the flickering thunder step. The entire sky seemed to have stopped moving. His body erupted with a brilliant light, like a great sun in the sky, and fiercely rushed towards Wu Ziyu. It was as if the attention of all the people in the universe had been drawn over. He was like a fierce god that had existed since the beginning of time. A single punch from him was enough to shatter a world into pieces. Roar! Wu Ziyu roared, raised the stone sword and collided with Yi Shiwen. Rumble! The space completely shattered, and then Wu Ziyu screamed, and his whole body flew out. Many gods opened their magic eyes and saw clearly. His whole body actually had cracks, densely crawling all over his body. He was like a porcelain man that had experienced the most intense collision, and he was almost shattered on the spot. Bang! His body flew out like a cannonball, and he crashed into a mountain range, tearing a crack that was thousands of miles long and setting off a sky full of smoke and dust. So strong! Everyone's eyes widened. Just one punch had shattered Wu Ziyu's body. This kind of strength was not something that ordinary people could do. They didn't even dare to think about it. He really was a monster. This was the only evaluation left in their hearts, and they were so shocked that they couldn't even speak. I'm going to kill you. Wu Ziyu directly rushed out, and the stone aura on his body shot up into the sky. The world around him instantly turned into a world of stone paths, and it was clearly visible. Stone cities all appeared. This was a complete world, and there were even many powerful creatures born from stone aura roaring in it. Divine Kingdom? He's finally going to use his trump card, but isn't it too late now? Zhu Yan immediately recognized Wu Ziyu's final move. For those in the Sage Plane, the greatest thing that could suppress those in the imperishable plane was undoubtedly the Divine Kingdom. Normally speaking, after reaching the Sage Plane, one's own strength was enough to completely suppress those in the imperishable plane, not to mention Wu Ziyu, a genius among geniuses, who was highly likely to become a monstrous existence. But he didn't expect to be completely suppressed by Yi Shiwen in terms of conventional strength, forcing him to use the Divine Kingdom. If he had used the Divine Kingdom at the beginning, it could only be said that a lion would need to use its full strength to fight a rabbit, but now it more or less felt somewhat miserable. Many Eternal Realm suddenly opened their eyes wide, trying to understand the mystery of the Divine Kingdom, which would also be beneficial for their future advancement. Finally, he's going to use the power of the Divine Kingdom to suppress me. In an instant, Wu Ziyu's power climbed to another extreme. This kind of power no longer belonged to him, but the power of the Divine Kingdom, a kind of power of a small world. At this moment, he seemed to have incarnated into the God of creation, controlling all power. Yi Shiwen, I'm going to suppress you to death today. In front of the Sage Realm, your strength is too weak. Wu Ziyu roared ferociously, and the broken skin on his body was also recovering at an even more shocking speed under the support of the power of the Divine Kingdom. He was above the Divine Kingdom, like the Emperor of Stone. Many of the gods nearby retreated frantically, and only stopped after they were tens of thousands of miles away. The power of the Divine Kingdom swept across, making them feel like vomiting blood, especially the immortal level gods. They felt like their shells were about to shatter and disintegrate, and all the rules in their bodies were about to burn and break. Only one person could stand steadily, and that was Zhu Yan. Once the Divine Kingdom appeared, it was invincible. The entire Divine Kingdom flew up into the air, and then fiercely rushed towards Yi Shiwen. With the power of the Divine Kingdom, Wu Ziyu really had the power of the Sage of Stone, and his power was increased to an unprecedented level out of thin air. Even some of the gods felt as though they were facing a calamity. In the face of this terrifying Divine Kingdom of Stone, Yi Shiwen did not panic. On the contrary, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Can I break through the Divine Kingdom with one punch? The powerful power in Yi Shiwen's body also erupted in an instant, and lightning and golden light entangled together, rushing into the sky. They formed an extremely powerful beam of light. His strength soared crazily in an instant, as if a small river had instantly turned into a boundless ocean. This time, even Zhu Yan was completely shocked. It was not that she had never seen power more powerful than this, but Yi Shiwen could actually maintain such a terrifying power in the situation of the fierce battle just now. Could it be that he was just fooling around earlier? He did not use his original power at all. Chapter 2508. Zhu Yan was not the only one who had such doubts in her heart. Almost everyone had such doubts in their hearts, because judging from the strength that Yi Shiwen had burst out, it was not just a little bit, but an increase of several times. There was even some doubt in Zhu Yan's eyes. Yi Shiwen's performance just now did not seem like he was holding back. On the contrary, he had already exhausted his full strength in every attack. She believed in her own judgment, and she definitely did not see wrongly. But in the end, Yi Shiwen still burst out with such amazing strength. This had simply exceeded the bottom line of all psychology. Could it be that there is some kind of magic tool that can store power? She was puzzled in her heart. No, if he did not have such strength, even if his power was stored, it would at most be replenished. It is impossible to increase so much all at once. Or could it be that there is some kind of magic tool that limits strength? Many thoughts flashed in her mind in an instant, and at this time even Wu Ziyu was shocked. He did not expect Yi Shiwen's strength to be so tyrannical, and he had actually hidden his strength. This made him feel like the devil was 10 times stronger, and he had become the typical villain. No matter what strength you have hidden, it is impossible to fight against me. Wu Ziyu's holy kingdom accelerated and suppressed down, directly blasting Yi Shiwen's body. Boom! Yi Shiwen clearly felt that the surrounding principles had suddenly become useless. It could be said that the principles which could be said to be as easy as swinging his arm had suddenly gone out of his control. It made him feel as if he had suddenly fallen into a state of blindness. I will deprive you of all your laws. Wu Ziyu laughed loudly. For a god, the role of laws was naturally needless to say. Just relying on the physical body was indeed very powerful. But if there were no laws, it was equivalent to being deprived of more than half of the combat power. For a god, it was simply a matter of breaking one's own arm. This was why very few people could surpass the level from the eternal realm to the sage realm. The whole world suppressed down, constantly obliterating the protective power of thunder around Yi Shiwen's body. The ground under Yi Shiwen's feet collapsed inch by inch. The power of the holy kingdom above was like the power of a real world suppressing down, making people feel a sense of suffocation. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes passed. Everyone originally thought that Yi Shiwen would be defeated in an instant. However, he didn't collapse. On the contrary, he was getting more and more relaxed. As he released more and more power from his body, he was actually getting more and more relaxed. Yi Shiwen's strength was still tyrannical, even though he had been deprived of his control over the surrounding principles. He couldn't even condense the domain around his body. Moreover, he couldn't even condense it. It firmly blocked the divine kingdom. Surprisingly, he wasn't killed immediately. Why don't you die? No, why don't you die? Who do you think you are? Wu Ziyu roared. He had finally recovered to his peak. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Yi Shiwen. He was the only god in his divine kingdom. Even the space law had been distorted. Therefore, Yi Shiwen hadn't even sensed the fluctuations of the space law when he had appeared. The sword in the stone slashed out an astonishing sword light in the sky. Thousands of rays of light erupted, and it seemed as if an ancient voice was chanting some extraordinary scripture. Then it converged into a torrent and fiercely slashed towards Yi Shiwen. Bang! Yi Shiwen stiffly received the attack, and the thunderbolt battle armor on his body instantly shattered into pieces. Die! Die! Wu Ziyu kept slashing down. The sword light slashed through the sky and bombarded Yi Shiwen's body. However, Yi Shiwen didn't move at all. Even his expression didn't change much. No matter how Wu Ziyu attacked, Yi Shiwen remained motionless. It was as if he was experiencing a nirvana rebirth. It seemed that he was completely at a disadvantage and could only passively take a beating. However, in fact, seeing how serious Zhu Yan'er was, this was a sign that the silence was about to erupt. This was the most terrifying existence. Bang! Wu Ziyu didn't know how many times his sword light slashed down. When he slashed down again, he found that his sword light was actually blocked. It was crushed by Yi Shiwen. His crazed expression immediately calmed down. He sensed an extreme sense of danger. Then he saw an even more horrifying scene. The area around Yi Shiwen's body that was enveloped by his divine kingdom had actually started to crack. His invincible and invincible divine kingdom actually began to crack, and the root cause of the cracks was Yi Shiwen's body. The power released from his body even distorted the void and caused cracks to appear in the divine kingdom. He was like a beast that was waking up, growling in a low voice. He was gradually waking up from hibernation. This made him feel a great sense of horror spread and climbed into his heart. Did you have a good time just now? But it ends here. So what if it's a divine kingdom? Do you think that a divine kingdom is already invincible? Yi Shiwen said coldly. He released his qi. It was visible to the naked eye. It even penetrated the void and affected the chaos of the universe behind him. There was a sharp light flashing in his eyes. Two amazing rays of light shot directly at Nyodo. Boom! Yi Shiwen did make a move. The divine kingdom began to crack little by little. The cracks became bigger and bigger, and instantly spread in the direction of Wu Ziyu. Damn it, how can this be? Wu Ziyu hurriedly flew back to the center of the divine kingdom. At this time he saw that around Yi Shiwen, the divine kingdom was shattering inch by inch. Although he kept urging the divine kingdom to expand the domain of the divine kingdom and suppress it, it seemed to have encountered some powerful gathering. Every time he got close, he would be destroyed, and it was not Yi Shiwen who made a move. Just his aura alone had already made his divine kingdom in danger of collapsing. This qi. Zhu Yan's eyes were slightly shocked. I didn't expect his hidden strength to be so strong. It is far stronger than I imagined. Maybe even the divine kingdom will be destroyed by him. At this time, she recalled how Yi Shiwen completely looked down on Wu Ziyu before. Perhaps this was his confidence, a trump card that could compete with the divine kingdom of the Sage Realm. After this battle, no matter the outcome, his name would probably be known in the Kurfürst Road. Even in the Kurfürst Road, where monsters ran rampant, such a battle record was enough to shock people. It's useless. You don't have to struggle. In front of me, there is no use at all. Wu Ziyu roared, as if to hide the uneasiness in his heart. The divine kingdom on the stone path began to appear continuously and became clearer. Many creatures appeared in it. They were all powerful heroic spirits that he had enlightened. This was a country, a small world, and it could also give birth to powerful creatures. These powerful creatures were of various races. Under the leadership of a powerful Holy Spirit, they rushed towards Yi Shiwen. Wherever they passed, the divine kingdom was immediately reinforced, and the fragments of the divine kingdom that were shattered by Yi Shiwen were also recovering bit by bit. Many people could see that Wu Ziyu was interfering with Yi Shiwen's casting. In their opinion, Yi Shiwen must have used some powerful magical power. Otherwise, how could he compete with the divine kingdom? They even thought about what kind of magical power could fight against the divine kingdom. Roar! A loud dragon roar sounded. Every pore on Yi Shiwen's body was spitting out powerful thunder power, which condensed into a thunder dragon and soared into the sky. It rushed towards the powerful creatures in the divine kingdom that were rushing over. Boom! 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 These powerful creatures in Wu Ziyu's divine kingdom were swept by the thunder dragon and exploded in the air, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Many of these were Tao-proving level heroic spirits. Although Wu Ziyu had not been a divine lord for long, he had many followers in the past. Many of his followers had also turned into heroic spirits, and among them there were even existences that he had enlightened to become holy spirits. But at this time, they were not a match for the thunder dragon at all. They exploded in the air one after another, not even having the time to scream. Beast, stop! Wu Ziyu slashed down with his sword and directly nailed the raging thunder dragon to death, turning it into the power of thunder all over the sky. And at this time, Yi Shiwen also completed the final release of his power, making people feel that he was more and more mysterious. Even under the infinite energy, people could not see his appearance clearly. An astonishing aura was released from his body. He slowly looked at Wu Ziyu and said, "One punch. Let me see how powerful the divine kingdom is. Can you take this punch of mine?" This was the second time that he had completely released his combat power. The first time was when he was facing the Demon Emperor. Although the Demon Emperor was only at the peak of the imperishable realm at that time, he gave him a feeling that he was even more terrifying than Wu Ziyu, who was in the Sage Realm. He knew that it was not an illusion. Realm often represented everything, but not everything could be clearly explained by the difference in realm. Beast path! He blasted out a punch. Between the gaps of his fingers, countless fist energies in the air turned into countless mythological beasts and vicious beasts, rushing out. The heroic spirits that Wu Ziyu's followers had turned into were bitten to death by these mythological beasts and vicious beasts, becoming food in their stomachs. Moreover, these vicious beasts and mythological beasts directly rushed into the divine kingdom, wantonly trampling and destroying. It was as if the world had fallen into a great calamity of doomsday, suffering a terrible attack. The fist energy continued to wreak havoc, and it bombarded in Wu Ziyu's direction at an astonishing speed. Bang! Finally, Wu Ziyu's stone divine kingdom completely shattered in an instant. Countless vicious beasts and mythological beasts gathered and turned into a torrent, rushing towards Wu Ziyu. Chapter 2509. The power that Yi Shiwen completely released was enough to distort the sky. With a punch, even Wu Ziyu's holy kingdom was shattered in an instant. Although the holy kingdom was powerful, it was not truly invincible. If the power exceeded the limit that he could bear, it would still shatter. But this kind of situation was extremely rare, or it could be said that it would not happen to Eternal Realm Warriors at all. Eternal Realm Warriors could not compete with Sage Realm Warriors no matter what. They were two completely different realms, especially when Sage Realm Warriors had the enhancement of the Holy Kingdom. The gap between them was even greater than the gap between the Eternal Realm and the Eternal Realm. Or, in other words, in their opinion, they had never seen such a terrifying scene. Yes, for them, this scene was no longer shocking nor strange, but terrifying because it subverted all their previous understanding. Such a battle perhaps only happened in the ancient times, which was also a myth to them. Perhaps only those supreme existences who eventually became emperors would experience such an extremely terrifying battle. Yi Shiwen's fist energy penetrated the entire divine kingdom under such horrified gazes and bombarded the divine kingdom into pieces. The divine kingdom crumbled inch by inch in front of them, as if it had appeared in slow motion in front of them. Boom! The fist force blasted Wu Ziyu's body. Even with the enhancement of the Holy Kingdom, in front of this fist force, it still seemed too small. Half of Wu Ziyu's body that was hit instantly shattered, and the remaining half of his body flew out, like a heavy meteor bombarding the ground. A huge pit was blasted on the ground, and the shattered ground spread out like a dense spider web. Defeated, Wu Ziyu actually lost. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. It was not that they did not think that Wu Ziyu might lose, but they still could not truly accept that after using the Holy Kingdom, Wu Ziyu was still defeated by Yi Shiwen, who was in the Eternal Realm. It's really so strong. Damn, he's a monster. I've never seen or heard of it before. Is such a peerless monster really going to rise in this generation? Just one punch broke through the Holy Kingdom. Isn't the power of this punch a bit too strong? Is it really possible to cultivate the Eternal Realm to this level? No one has ever done it before, and no one will be able to do it in the future. He's really ridiculously strong. In the future, he might really be on par with those evildoers. Zhu Yan also showed a shocked expression at this time. At this moment, she recalled Yi Shiwen's words at that time. He was destined to surpass Wu Zimo's existence. He seemed extremely arrogant at that time. Now that he thought about it, it was not impossible. Roar! Wu Ziyu, who was sent flying, roared continuously, and a boundless aura swept through the air. A single strike was unable to kill him. For a god that surpassed the undead realm, even if half of his body was destroyed, he still wouldn't die. He was absolutely unwilling to be defeated by Yi Shiwen. He wanted to fight back. Bang! Another incomparably huge overturning sky seal fell from the sky, directly smashing him into the ground for thousands of meters. The other half of his body was also on the verge of collapse. He was once again seriously injured by Yi Shiwen. In the face of Yi Shiwen, who had completely broken away from the shackles of cultivation, Wu Ziyu tried his best to resist, but in the end he was unable to resist. The difference was really too great. It's simply impossible to resist. The difference between the two sides is really too great. I didn't expect his true strength to be so strong. Even the sage realm is completely no match for him. Are the younger generation so abnormal now? I vaguely heard that there seemed to be a few extremely powerful existences appearing in this generation. Could it be another golden era? There is more than one monster. In the 1,000-meter deep pit, Wu Ziu's flesh was shattering inch by inch. He wanted to repair it, but the power that Yi Shiwen left in his body was constantly wreaking havoc, destroying his flesh and blasting him to death. Even a sage plane cultivator would be helpless when faced with the corrosion of such power. Above the deep pit, Yi Shiwen's expression was cold, and an astonishing sword was gathered in his hand. At this moment, he seemed to be the only king that dominated the world. Dominator's sword will, sweeping and invincible. He can't really want to kill Wu Ziyu, right? Heavens, if Wu Ziyu is killed, I'm afraid it will really cause a sensation. Wu Zimo might even return from the upper heavens to hunt him down. No matter how strong he is, he can't be compared to Wu Zimo. This time, things are really serious. Wu Ziyu struggled to open his eyes and roared, "You dare to kill me!" His voice was trembling, but it was not fear but anger. Someone actually dared to kill him. Someone actually wanted to kill him. Someone actually could kill him. This was a problem that he had never thought about before, but now it was right in front of him. You came to kill me for a golden-backed dragon carp. Why can't I kill you? Yi Shiwen was not moved. So what if it was Wu Zimo? Roar! Wu Ziyu roared, and a burst of colorful light suddenly erupted from his body, shooting straight into the sky. A huge crack was torn in the sky, and a terrifying stone chi spread out from it. It came from the same source as Wu Ziyu's stone chi, but it was even more terrifying. It should be said that they were existences on a completely different level. Wu Zimo! Zhu Yenner's expression suddenly changed. If it was just Wu Ziyu, he would not be able to move her, but if it was Wu Zimo, it was enough to completely shock people. It should be said that in the entire Kurfürst Road, there was probably no one who could ignore Wu Zimo's existence. Although Wu Ziyu was also considered prominent, compared to Wu Zimo, he was not in existence on the same level at all. An almost overwhelming aura spread down from the void, and then turned into a big hand, wanting to take Wu Ziyu away. Do you think it's so easy to take him away just because you want to? Yi Shiwen sneered. Even if the other party was the prominent Wu Zimo, he would not be able to take him away so easily. Huh. A cold snort came from the crack, and it seemed to be a little surprised that Yi Shiwen dared to resist. Swish! A stone sword formed in the air and directly slashed down towards Yi Shiwen. Don't look down on me. So what if you are Wu Zimo? Yi Shiwen roared, and a roulette suddenly appeared on his body, bombarding with unparalleled power. Bang! The stone sword was directly bombarded into powder. The 10,000 spell roulette directly bombarded towards Wu Ziyu, who was in midair. This attack would directly destroy Wu Ziyu's soul on the spot. You are courting death. Wu Zimo's voice finally came from the crack. Wu Zimo was obviously extremely annoyed by Yi Shiwen's incessant pestering. If it wasn't for the fact that this crack was only temporary and could not support his physical body to descend, he would have already rushed down to kill Yi Shiwen. But at this time he did not give in at all. Another stone hand appeared and grabbed towards Yi Shiwen's 10,000 spell roulette. Thousands of magical powers suddenly rushed out from the 10,000 spell roulette, directly bombarding the stone hand into powder, and golden blood splashed out. Not only did it break the stone hand, but it also injured Wu Zimo's body. He actually injured Wu Zimo. What kind of magic tool is that? Zhu Yan'er's eyes widened because she was the clearest about how terrifying Wu Zimo was. Now that she suddenly saw Yi Shiwen injure Wu Zimo, she simply could not believe it. Although part of it was because Wu Zimo was careless and did not use his full strength, it was still enough to shock everyone. He, a newcomer who had just entered the Kurfürst Road, actually injured Wu Zimo, a top monster whose reputation was spread far and wide. If this news spread, it would definitely cause a greater sensation than Yi Shiwen defeating Wu Ziyu. Damn it! Golden blood continuously dripped from the other end of the crack. Wu Zimo continued to roar, and the crack gradually shrank. Yi Shiwen frowned slightly and put away the 10,000 spell roulette. With his current magic power, even though he had undergone a complete transformation from 1,000 years ago, it was still very difficult to use the 10,000 spell roulette. But the power was also evident. Wu Zimo, who was at the peak of the Sage Realm, was injured by him in an instant. If Yi Shiwen's body was here, he might be able to seriously injure Wu Zimo's body. Of course, this was also taking advantage of Wu Zimo's carelessness. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy to succeed. And his biggest target, Wu Ziyu, had been taken away by Wu Zimo. This inevitably made Yi Shiwen a little unhappy. Wu Ziyu was indeed not a concern for him at the moment. But as a divine fetus in the stone, he had refined his body, and his strength was about to enter a stage of rapid growth. There was no guarantee that he would not become a threat in the future. He had wanted to take advantage of the situation to finish him off, but he did not expect that Wu Zimo would still have the chance to take him away. Just now, Wu Zimo must have used some secret technique to catch him off guard. But he did not know that in the eyes of others, his actions just now had already frightened them. Compared to injuring Wu Zimo, defeating Wu Ziyu seemed to be nothing at all. If there were still people who thought that he was bragging before, then now no one would have such doubts anymore. This guy was really a monster. Nowadays, anyone of the younger generation was such a monster. Right now, he was only at the Eternal Realm. When he entered the Sage Realm, how terrifying would he be? It was simply unimaginable. Perhaps Yi Shiwen was not enough to be on the list of not to provoke the various king-level sects. But in the eyes of these people, he was already on the list of absolutely not to provoke. It was as if they wanted to firmly remember this face and this aura, lest they kicked an iron plate in the future. More message talismans flew all over the sky in an instant. Everyone wanted to be the first to spread this shocking news. This was really too shocking. Chapter 2510. Once this news spread, it would naturally cause an uproar in the outside world. Yi Shiwen's name would naturally be famous in the world. After the battle, Yi Shiwen withdrew his momentum. Most of the power in his body returned to the cultivation vest and was suppressed by the cultivation vest. Yi Shiwen, after this battle, I am afraid that you will be famous all over the world. Ha ha ha, you even injured Wu Zimo. If you provoke him, maybe he will come back from the upper heavens. Zhu Yan stepped forward, and there was a flash in her eyes. She said with a faint smile on her face. Yi Shiwen did not care. He said in a regretful tone, "It's a pity that I didn't kill Wu Ziyu, but when I reach the upper heaven, I will kill Wu Zimo as well to avoid future troubles." If someone else said it, I would only think that he has lost his mind, but you are different. I believe that you have such a possibility. Zhu Yan said with a smile. Yi Shiwen just smiled and did not say much. But I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Even if Wu Zimo is looking for opportunities and has no time to fight, he has a lot of followers. In addition, the two brothers are not ordinary. When the time comes, there will be people who will cause trouble for you. Zhu Yan reminded him in a low voice. Yi Shiwen thought about it and realized that it was true. Wu Zimo and the others could not come in alone like he did. Although he also had some followers, they were too young. His followers were really not on the same level as those monstrous figures. Many of those monstrous geniuses were peerless figures who had existed for hundreds of thousands of years. Many of their followers were also hundreds of thousands of years old. Although these people's talents were not as good as those monstrous geniuses, they were still very terrifying after years of cultivation. There were even some senior existences who were not weaker than some monstrous geniuses. Even those monstrous figures would be very afraid of these old antiques. The only difference between these old antiques and those monstrous figures was that the followers of the old antiques wanted to advance to the king level but could not, while those monstrous figures could advance but forcibly suppressed it. That was the biggest difference. When one was at the peak of the sage plane, there were quite a few old antiques who were no weaker than those geniuses. It was not a coincidence that geniuses had died at the hands of their followers throughout the ages. If one did not become a monstrous figure, they would eventually die. Yi Shiwen was naturally very afraid of these people. However, I heard that your hidden valley also has a monster. This time, you can rely on him for protection. No matter how arrogant Wu Zimo is, he won't dare to come knocking on your door, Zhu Yan said. Don't mention this matter again. Yi Shiwen shook his head and said, it wasn't that he couldn't let go of his pride. A real man should know when to yield and when to stand tall. It was just that he didn't come to the Kurfürst road to fight for hegemony, nor to look for the so-called opportunity. It was just to find the reincarnation grass. As for the matter regarding the reincarnation grass, even the physician king had only read about it in the records of the medicine sovereign. He didn't know where exactly it was because the records he obtained were only incomplete. The only fortunate thing was that he had 1,000 years to search for it. However, Zhu Yan, Er's words had caught his attention. He decided not to stay any longer and left immediately. And this matter directly caused a huge sensation. Although not everyone could enter the Kurfürst road, other than the geniuses, all the major forces had experts entering. Many old antiques were also looking for opportunities. However, they weren't looking for opportunities to become emperors. Instead, they were looking for opportunities to become monarchs. That was more practical for them. Therefore, all the major forces were very concerned about the internal affairs of the Kurfürst road. This battle made Yi Shiwen, who was originally somewhat famous, instantly enter the upper echelons of the major forces. He was far from being an outstanding figure of the present age. If this continued, he might even become the next monster. There weren't many people like this in every sect. To this day, those who remained in the Kurfürst road were even rarer. This was the accumulation of millions of years. Therefore, any one of them was enough to shock everyone. Although many people were very envious that another character had appeared in the Hidden Valley this time, more people chose to let the old antiques in their sects pay attention to Yi Shiwen's whereabouts. If necessary, they could kill him to avoid future troubles. The battle for the Kurfürst road was one less. Every monster might be killed when they just rose. Such things were not uncommon since ancient times. It could even be said to be very common. And because of this, Yi Shiwen was also on the must-kill list of the major sections. At the same time, the Hidden Valley also took action. Every time the Kurfürst road was opened, there would be a lot of people in the Hidden Valley. Even if most of them weren't competing for opportunities, they would still have many other harvests. The upper echelons of the Hidden Valley directly ordered them to pay attention to Yi Shiwen's movements. It was best to protect him when they could. Although this was also a kind of training, it would be a loss if the training caused the person to be gone. Yi Shiwen had evaded Wu Zimo's attack, but he didn't hide his figure. Therefore, he was still discovered by others from time to time. Experts of all sizes had launched a surprise attack on him. He had never seen or heard of such existences before. Obviously, these were forces that the major forces usually cultivated in the dark and didn't see the light of day. Therefore, even if they were caught, they couldn't find the weak points of the major forces. In just a few decades, Yi Shiwen had encountered dozens of powerful existences. He was also ruthless and ruthless. No matter which force it was, he didn't need to listen to any explanation. He killed the moment he found them. He was also very clear that it was useless even if he asked. Would the Hidden Valley fall out with the other party because of him? The Hidden Valley had probably killed many geniuses of the opposing forces. This matter couldn't be brought to light. There was even an old monster hidden among them who had stepped into the peak of the sage realm. Although he wasn't at the peak of the group, he still forced Yi Shiwen into an extremely difficult situation. In the end, he caught Yi Shiwen off guard and seriously injured him with the Avicii sword. Finally, he was able to escape unscathed. This battle made Yi Shiwen famous, although he had used the power of the ritual implement and was even more unexpected. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't have been able to do it at all. This made everyone know some of his trump cards. Unless someone at the peak of the Sage realm was mobilized, it would be very difficult to kill him. However, it was already unusual for there to be such a person at the peak of the Sage realm in the lower heavens. This was because the old antique was originally training in seclusion nearby and only rushed over after he succeeded. This battle also made Yi Shiwen rest for 3 years before he completely recovered. Apart from being injured by the old antique, he had also used the power of the Avicii sword and suffered a certain degree of backlash. That battle had also made Yi Shiwen realize the gap between himself and those at the peak of the Sage plane. Even though his opponent had been seriously injured, he had no choice but to leave. While it was already a shocking achievement for others, he felt that it was a very humiliating thing to do. He still had to improve his strength. Decades had passed, and the Kurfürst Road had been open for more than 100 years. His cultivation had also been improving in these decades, from the late stage of the imperishable realm when he had just advanced to the great completion of this level. The main reason was that the accumulation of the past thousands of years was too deep. Now, every minute and every second of that accumulation had been converted into his strength. As such, it only took him a few decades to train this level to the extreme again, and he could really prepare to break through to the peak of the imperishable realm. This was a very important level, and he didn't want to break through casually, because if he couldn't lay a good foundation, it would undoubtedly be much more difficult for him to condense a divine nation and break through to the Sage realm. Only when he truly entered the Sage realm would he truly be considered to be a first-class figure in the Kurfürst Road. By then, even if he were to face those monsters, he would have the power to protect himself. As for directly training to the peak of the Sage realm, that was not within the scope of his consideration. After all, he was not there to fight for supremacy. In the past few decades, Yi Shiwen could be said to have traveled to all of the secret realms in the Calm Peace Heaven. Although the Calm Peace Heaven was only one of the lower heavens in reality, there were many extremely dangerous places there, and many naturally formed killing formations that could kill gods. It was truly terrifying. No matter how careful Yi Shiwen was, he still experienced being trapped in a few of them, and had to pay a huge price to deduce the mysteries of the killing formations before he could escape. And all of that energy had helped Yi Shiwen's Tao of formations advance by leaps and bounds, and he could be called a master. But what made him depressed was that even after searching all of the secret realms in the Calm Peace Heaven, he still couldn't find the reincarnation grass. It was obvious that there was no reincarnation grass in the Calm Peace Heaven. He had no choice but to give up on the Calm Peace Heaven and head to the next Titan Emperor Heaven. Among the 33 heavens, the Calm Peace Heaven and the Titan Emperor Heaven were neighboring worlds. Compared to the Calm Peace Heaven, the Titan Emperor Heaven was much larger, and therefore more difficult to search. If possible, he didn't want to search them one by one. It would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. But other than that, he didn't have any other options. Because all of the major forces had been sending people after him, he had wasted a lot of time in the Calm Peace Heaven. It had taken him nearly 100 years to complete his search. There were a total of 33 such minor worlds, and he didn't have that much time. Therefore, he decided that he might as well change his appearance. That would save him a lot of trouble. Yi Shiwen took a deep breath and punched the barrier to the Titan Emperor Heaven. The power of his fist blasted a huge hole in the barrier, and he took a big stride forward. Chapter 2511. The Titan Emperor Heaven was a minor heaven and earth, and although it was far larger than an ordinary world, it had been forcibly added to the 33 heavens. The upper, middle, and lower heavens were all located in different regions, and if one wanted to travel between them, they would have to pass through several different worlds. The first thing Yi Shiwen did upon entering the Titan Emperor Heaven was find a city and buy a map of it. Maps of the arcane realms were a must. He had never been to the Emperor Kurfürst Road before, so it would be a waste of time to search for them one by one. Therefore, he had no choice but to buy a map. The Emperor Kurfürst Road had been open for countless years, and the arcane realms in the Titan Emperor heaven had long since been explored. Even if new arcane realms had appeared in the past 100,000 years, it was likely that they had already been discovered. That would save him a lot of time. Most places in the Titan Emperor heaven were like the calm peace heaven. They were wild and untamed, and the only places where the gods would pay attention to were cities. The Emperor Kurfürst Road was home to all sorts of terrifying creatures, and not even the gods could guarantee that they wouldn't be beheaded by one of the beasts. Only in cities protected by spell formations would one be safe. Normally speaking, people wouldn't stay out in the open. There was a sea of people in the city. Many people were coming in one after another. This made Yi Shiwen somewhat surprised. Did the cities in the Titan Emperor heaven always have so many people? Along the way, he asked someone about the location of the market in the city. It was different from the ones he had encountered in Compi Sky. This place was not a place where stalls could be set up casually. On the contrary, there were shops. In other words, this market was guarded by people for a long time. Of course, the Emperor Kurfürst Road only opened once every 100,000 years. Who would stay here for 1,000 years? Seeing Yi Shiwen's confusion, the passers-by immediately knew that he was an outsider. They couldn't help but explain, "You must be new here. This city is not occupied by outsiders like us, but by the people of the Ice Spirit clan. They are the natives of the Kurfürsten Road and have been staying in the Kurfürsten Road all year round. We are just outsiders." Yi Shiwen suddenly realized that this place had been built by the sentient races of the Emperor Kurfürst Road. No wonder it was so much more formal than other places. After all, if they didn't do a good job, they would be the ones to suffer, unlike outsiders who could leave at any moment. Soon, Yi Shiwen also learned about the situation of the Ice Spirit clan. It was said that this clan was also born in the endless ice field of the far north, but later, for some unknown reason, they migrated here and built this Ice Spirit city. It had been hundreds of thousands of years since then. However, the reproduction of the Ice Spirit clan had been relatively slow, and they could face battles at any time in this dangerous Kurfürst Road, so their population could not increase, and they could only occupy the Ice Spirit city. If it had been humans, hundreds of thousands of years would have been more than enough for them to occupy the entire Emperor Kurfürst Road. Yi Shiwen walked into a grocery store. This was the first time he had seen the people of the Ice Spirit clan. He felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. The people of the Ice Spirit clan were like a collection of ice cubes. The coldness in the entire store came from their bodies. "Customer, what do you want to buy?" the person from the Ice Spirit clan asked. His voice was deep, but it sounded a little mechanical. "I'd like to buy a map of the arcane pocket dimension in the Titan Emperor heaven." Yi Shiwen said, "A decrypted map of the arcane pocket dimension would be even better." A decrypted map of the arcane pocket dimension would save him a lot of time and effort. A decrypted map of the arcane pocket dimension isn't expensive, but a decrypted map of the arcane pocket dimension would cost 1,000,000 divine sources. Most of the decrypted maps have decrypted maps. The owner of the Ice Soul tribe looked very excited. 1,000,000 divine sources was a big deal. Don't think it's too expensive. You know, there are hundreds of maps of the arcane pocket dimension in the Titan Emperor heaven. Although they've been explored before, there are always new adventures to be had. 500,000 God Source. I want it all. Otherwise, forget it. Yi Shiwen wasn't that honest. He directly cut off half of the God Source. 500,000 divine sources is too little, the owner said. There are so many decrypted maps. But I don't think there are many left, Yi Shiwen said calmly. I can just go out and buy them. Do you think you're the only one who has them? This kind of map was already commonplace on the streets, and many people had a copy of it in their hands. All right, you win. The Ice Soul tribe member sighed. He had thought that he would be able to fleece this newcomer, but it was obvious that this human had already asked for the price. Yi Shiwen was about to leave after the transaction was completed. However, this clansman of the Ice Spirit clan stopped him. "Sir, do you have time to stay for a few more days?" Yi Shiwen found it strange that the Ice Soul tribe member would ask him to stay in Ice Soul City for a few more days. The Ice Soul tribe member explained to Yi Shiwen why there were so many experts coming in and out of the city. It wasn't because there were already so many people here, but rather because the Ice Soul tribe had invited them. He was an expert among experts, and the reason was to fight for the Ice Soul clan's Frigid Soul Ice Heart. This was the origin of the Ice Soul clan, and only a few pieces could be produced every 100 years. Every member of the Ice Soul clan needed a piece of Frigid Soul Ice Heart to be born. That was why the population of the Ice Soul tribe had always been small, and they had never been able to improve to a new level. The Frigid Soul Ice Heart was also very useful for cultivators. It could add tens of thousands of years of cultivation, and it was highly possible for cultivators below the Sage Realm to make a breakthrough on the spot. It was also very beneficial for those above the Sage Realm. However, it wasn't so easy to obtain the Frigid Soul Ice Heart. There was an active volcano outside of Ice Soul City, and it was said that a fire god was buried there. People had once found a purple-green lotus flame inside, which was a very powerful, strange flame. The price of obtaining the Frigid Soul Ice Heart was that whoever obtained the purple-green lotus flame would be able to exchange it for the Frigid Soul Ice Heart. Such an extremely hot place was not suitable for the Ice Soul tribe to move around freely. The purple-green lotus flame was also a very powerful, strange flame, but in terms of value, it was still inferior to the Frigid Soul Ice Heart. After all, the Frigid Soul Ice Heart contained the source of life, and it was the key to nurturing the Ice Soul tribe. If a cultivator swallowed it, their cultivation would be able to make a breakthrough in a short time. Hearing this, Yi Shiwen's interest was piqued. He had been planning to leave, but now he decided to stay. He had reached a bottleneck, and it would take him some time to make a breakthrough normally. If he could use the Frigid Soul Ice Heart to make a breakthrough, he would be able to reach the peak of the imperishable realm in a short time. Then he would be ready to break through to the Sage Realm. All of Ice Soul City was in an uproar over the matter. The Frigid Soul Ice Heart was a rare treasure in the Titan Emperor heaven, and everyone was tempted by it. Some people had tried to do something, but because of the strength of the Ice Soul tribe's chief, they didn't do anything rash. In fact, those who had tried were already dead. Although the Ice Soul tribe didn't have a lot of people, they had a lot of experts. This was the first time the Ice Soul tribe had opened up the Frigid Soul Ice Heart to the public, so many people from other worlds heard about it and came. Not only were there foreign experts, but there were also local experts from the Kurfürst Road. These people were not to be underestimated. Yi Shiwen found an inn and was about to settle down when he saw a fiery red figure coming toward him. Who else could it be but Juyen? It had been decades since they last saw each other. She was as energetic as ever, and compared to decades ago, her strength seemed to have improved. Yi Shiwen immediately revealed his true form, and Juyen recognized him immediately. Yi Shiwen, what are you doing here? A look of pleasant surprise appeared on her pretty face. She was even a little touched. She knew a lot about how many forces were looking for trouble with Yi Shiwen, so Yi Shiwen decided to change his appearance. The fact that he was willing to show his true form in front of her showed that he trusted her. Yi Shiwen smiled and changed his appearance again. This time he was a reckless young man. Unless he was willing to admit it himself, no one would be able to tell who he was. "I'm here to buy a map of a secret realm. What are you doing here?" Yi Shiwen didn't hide anything and asked directly. Zhu Yan suddenly understood. In the past 100 years, Yi Shiwen had been found in secret realms many times, and many people guessed that he seemed to be looking for something in the major secret realms. But no one knew what he was looking for, and they were not very sure, because 70% of people who entered the Kurfürst Road would enter various secret realms, trying to find opportunities. Although there was no opportunity to become an emperor in the lower heaven, it should not be underestimated. She didn't expect Yi Shiwen to admit it so easily, which was very surprising. Of course, I'm here for the purple-green lotus flame, Zhu Yan'er said. Don't forget what my roots are. This kind of alien flame is very important for our cultivation. Yi Shiwen suddenly understood that Zhu Yan'er was not here for the frigid soul ice heart, but for the purple-green lotus flame. He looked around. There must be a lot of people like this. Great, do you want to join our team? Zhu Yan'er asked. Chapter 2512. Your team. Yi Shiwen frowned. Don't worry, only I know your identity. You don't have to reveal it to others. Zhu Yan'er said. Yi Shiwen shook his head. He didn't care too much about this matter. He had changed his identity because he was afraid of trouble. He didn't care too much about those people's pursuit. He had a lot of trump cards. Even if the old antique attacked him, he would still be able to escape. Or are you worried that we will become competitors? Zhu Yan'er immediately guessed what Yi Shiwen was thinking. If there was only one purple lotus flame, then there would only be one final winner. The two sides would inevitably become competitors. Although Zhu Yan'er didn't need the cold soul ice heart, she also needed the purple lotus flame to exchange for it. When the two sides entered the same team, how to divide the purple lotus flame would become a big problem. Yi Shiwen didn't hide it and nodded. Zhu Yan'er smiled slightly and said, About this, come with me, I'll tell you. Zhu Yan'er said as she turned around and entered the inn. Yi Shiwen followed her into a room in the inn. As soon as Yi Shiwen stepped into the room, he immediately felt that there was a barrier in the room. He didn't know whether it was there or Zhu Yan'er made it herself. I know what you are worried about, but you can rest assured about this. As far as I know, there should be more than one purple lotus flame. Don't worry at all, Zhu Yan'er said with certainty. Have you gone down to take a look? Yi Shiwen asked curiously, How is it possible? That active volcano is in a state of activity all year round. The internal temperature is as high as tens of millions of degrees when it is active. Even a tyrannical god will be burned alive. Zhu Yan'er shook her head. Only a few days later, there will be a dormant period that happens once every 1,000 years. At that time, the internal temperature will drop a lot, and only then will it be possible to enter. Yi Shiwen nodded. If there were tens of millions of degrees, even the gods might not be able to withstand it. Under normal circumstances, everything would be in a state of vaporization under such a temperature. It was impossible to form a volcano. The entire planet would be vaporized into a mass of gas. However, this was the Kurfürst Road after all. Anything could happen. Even his gilded tyrant form would not be able to withstand such an active volcano. No wonder the Ice Soul race was willing to use the frigid soul ice heart to ask for help. Even if the volcano wasn't active, they would probably be burned alive if they got close to it. To their race, this was a dangerous place and also a hopeless situation. Of course, more importantly, there seems to be something extraordinary living inside. I've checked the ancient books, and it said that someone was swallowed by some monster in the crater of the volcano. It was an indestructible realm god. He also heard about the purple-green lotus flame and wanted to look for it. In the end, he was swallowed before he could enter. Zhu Yan'er said, I don't know if this monster is still alive. After all, it was recorded hundreds of thousands of years ago. If it doesn't prove its Tao, no matter how strong it is, its lifespan is still very limited. However, the temperature is only a little troublesome. The real threat is this monster. Compared to Yi Shiwen, Zhu Yan'er had done her homework. She had done a lot of investigation, prediction, and understanding of many things. Whether this monster is alive or not, we have to be fully prepared. Of course, guarding against other competitors is also a big reason. After all, although there is more than one purple-green lotus flame, there won't be a lot of them. It's impossible for everyone to have a share. When the time comes, we may be attacked by others. If that's the case, we need a team to work together, Zhu Yan'er said. I don't trust ordinary people. In this Kurfürst Road, there are not many people that I can really trust. However, Yi Shiwen, you are different after all. I trust you, Zhu Yenner said with a smile. She was quite touched that Yi Shiwen was willing to expose his true identity to her. At this time, she was just returning the favor. Yi Shiwen pondered for a moment. This problem was indeed much more complicated than he originally thought. Of course, this was also because he had just received the news and had not had time to investigate. But in your team, aren't the others slow? No matter how many purple-green lotus flames there are, our team can only get a limited number of them. Yi Shiwen said, You don't have to worry about this. Except for one person who came to help, the others are all hired by me. They have already taken other benefits. At this time, it is naturally impossible for them to share the purple-green lotus flame. Zhu Yenna said, Everything could be said to be arranged flawlessly, leaving no loopholes. In this case, isn't it a big bargain for me? Yi Shiwen said with a grin. Obviously, the price of hiring people had been paid by Zhu Yenner, so he had more or less gained a big bargain. Zhu Yenna shook her head and said, I don't think so. Others may not know your strength, but do you think I don't? Your joining will also greatly enhance the strength of our team. It is not a bargain. In that case, it would be impolite of me to refuse. Yi Shiwen nodded. I only want the purple-green lotus flame. Although the cold soul ice heart is not bad, the purple-green lotus flame is more important to me. You should want the cold soul ice heart. After all, it contains life essence, which can directly improve your strength. At that time, your strength should be improved by leaps and bounds. Zhu Yenner clapped her hands and said with some expectation, I really want to see what kind of strength you will have when you step into the Sage Realm. What kind of strength will you have? But do you know why the Ice Spirit Clan is collecting the purple-green lotus flame? They practice only one path. This kind of purple-green lotus flame should be harmful to them. Yi Shiwen asked the doubt in his heart. The purple-green lotus flame was not a small benefit to many cultivators, but for the Ice Spirit Clan, it was not a small harm. If they dared to swallow it, they would be burned alive in a short time. Ordinary people don't know about this. I also spent a lot of effort to find out. Zhu Yenner glanced at Yi Shiwen and said, If the information is correct, there should be a problem with the cultivation of the Ice Spirit Clan's patriarch. There is a problem with cultivation. Yi Shiwen was slightly moved. The Ice Spirit Clan did not have many people, but they were able to deter other clans. To a large extent, they relied on the many tyrannical masters in their clan. And among these tyrannical masters, the Ice Spirit Clan's patriarch was the most tyrannical. It was said that he had cultivated to the peak of the Sage Realm, almost no weaker than those monstrous foreign geniuses. He was almost at the peak of the Kurfürst Road, so no one dared to be presumptuous in Ice Spirit City. Yi Shiwen had only been here for a short time, but he had already learned all of this. Because so many people were talking about the Ice Spirit Clan in such a short time, it was easy for him to learn about it. But if the chief of the Ice Spirit tribe had a problem with her cultivation, it would be a very dangerous situation. After all, the Ice Spirit tribe wasn't the only powerful people in the Titan Emperor Heaven. They also had mortal enemies, and if they got wind of the news, it would be a disaster for them. No wonder no one knew why the Ice Spirit Clan had gone so far as to collect the purple-green lotus flame. It turned out that the problem lay within the Ice Spirit Clan itself. Of course, this kind of information was of great importance to the Ice Spirit Clan, and it was likely that not many people in the Ice Spirit Clan knew about it. The fact that Zhu Yenner had found a way to get this information showed that she had a powerful network of connections. Yes, that's right. According to the information I've received, the leader of the Ice Soul Clan probably tried to break through to the King Realm by force. Therefore, he was injured by the Dharma power and was left with an indelible Taoist injury. I'm afraid he wants the purple-green lotus flame to heal his Taoist injury and achieve the goal of balancing yin and yang. He's got guts, Yi Shiwen said. In the end, Yi Shiwen could only say such a sentence. In the Kurfürst Road, it was absolutely impossible to allow the existence of a king. Although he didn't know who set the rule, it was indeed a fact. Since ancient times, except for the Qin emperor who once fought his way into the Kurfürst Road, no one else dared to enter the Kurfürst Road as a king. Once a king entered, he would be severely injured, punished by the heavens, and devoured by the magical laws. Since ancient times, there had been many kings who didn't believe it, especially after the Qin emperor entered the Kurfürst Road. Many people thought that the curse of the Kurfürst Road had lost its effect, so they rushed in and were killed. Since then, no one had dared to try again. The Qin emperor had succeeded because he was the Qin emperor. He was the only person in the history of the Kurfürst Road, and no one knew how he had succeeded. As for the natives of the Kurfürst Road, their cultivation was limited to the peak of the sage realm. No one had ever heard of a king, and anyone who had tried to break through had died. The fact that the Ice Spirit clan's patriarch was still alive was already very good. Many people didn't even have their lives spared. However, after being confined to the sage realm for 100,000 years, or even 10 million years, I'm afraid everyone will want to give it a try. After all, they can't leave the Kurfürst Road like we can. Zhu Yan sighed and said, "The creatures in the Kurfürst Road seemed to have been cursed. Once they left the Kurfürst Road, they would explode on the spot. No one was spared. As time went by, no native creatures in the Kurfürst Road would try to challenge this rule. It was as if they were forcibly detained, never to be free again. We're back." Just as the two of them were feeling emotional, the door was pushed open. Chapter 25:13. Two figures walked in. They were a middle-aged man and a woman. The man's entire body was khaki, as if he was carved from a rock, and the woman was a real human. Yi Shiwen could easily judge from the postures of these two people that it was very likely that they were a couple. Their steps were steady, and their breaths were deep and unfathomable. He immediately understood that they should be the hired experts that Zhu Yan mentioned before. Their cultivation should have reached the sage realm. Such experts were considered to be in the upper echelons even in the Kurfürst Road. It would be expensive to hire these two experts. The two couldn't help but feel a little strange when they saw Yi Shiwen here. They looked at Zhu Yan and asked, "Let me introduce you. These two are Shibai and Shu Meiwan, and this is my friend." Zhu Yan suddenly stopped because she suddenly remembered that she hadn't asked what Yi Shiwen's alias was. "My name is Yi Xiuwu." Yi Shiwen immediately stepped forward and added. Zhu Yan quickly came to her senses and said, "These two are the top experts that I found for this matter. Xiuwu is my friend, and he will cooperate with us this time." "Sure," Shibai said in a dull voice. He just looked at Yi Shiwen from head to toe. It seemed that he had seen through Yi Shiwen's cultivation and lost interest. Yi Shiwen was only at the Eternal Realm. If Zhu Yan had not introduced him to him, he might not have been interested in looking at him. Anyway, his task was only to help Zhu Yan obtain the purple-green lotus flame. Other people's business had nothing to do with him. The couple obviously took Shibai as their leader, but it was obvious that they were both humans. Shu Meijuan's attitude toward Yi Shiwen was also much gentler. "Did you two find anything on this trip?" Zhu Yan asked. "We only took a brief look and didn't dare to approach. However, we didn't find the legendary fierce beast, but we saw many people with the same idea as us. They are also in groups. When the time comes, there may be a lot of trouble," Shibai said calmly. Zhu Yan was not too surprised when she heard this, as if this was all within her expectations. "Just as I thought. In order to obtain the purple-green lotus flame, no one will act alone," Zhu Yan said, "but it doesn't matter. Don't we have experts like you and your wife on our side? They are enough to stop them. This time, I must obtain the purple-blue lotus flame. I'll kill whoever blocks my way." Zhu Yan's voice was sonorous and firm. Both of them were indifferent and did not say anything. "I'm back." Suddenly there was another burst of footsteps, and a tall figure pushed open the door. It was a tall and slender young man, with a somewhat arrogant look on his face. His golden hair shot up into the sky, and he wore 2 huge earrings on his ears, which constantly swayed as he walked. His eyes swept over Yi Shiwen's body with a bit of scrutinizing intent, because he didn't recognize this person among these people. His eyes were somewhat shady, and he didn't hide it at all. Yi Shiwen immediately felt the hostility in his eyes. Who is this person? There was a hint of provocation in his voice as he turned to look at Zhu Yan. "This is a friend of mine, Yi Xiaowu." Zhu Yanner said indifferently. She didn't mean to explain further. "Why is there another one?" The young man said with some displeasure. "Do I have to explain my decision to you? He is my friend. Is there a problem with him joining us?" Zhu Yanner frowned slightly and said in a cold tone. There was a look of annoyance on her face. "This time, you have me to help you obtain the purple-green lotus flame. No one will be a problem. Why do you need to find someone else?" The young man shouted with dissatisfaction. Shirbai and his wife looked a little unhappy. This young man's words made them look like they were nothing. Were they just a burden? Zhu Yanner didn't care about his boasting and said, "Where is your brother?" "My brother is in closed-door cultivation, and he is at a critical juncture. I don't think he will be able to make it in time to obtain the purple-green lotus flame." The young man said loudly, "But it doesn't matter. I'm here. It doesn't matter if my brother is here or not." He glanced at Zhu Yanner, and a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. It was as if he was looking at something forbidden. However, this scene fell into Yi Shiwen's eyes. No wonder his eyes were so unfriendly just now. "Yi Shiwen, I'm sorry. You don't have to worry about this guy's attitude." At this time, Zhu Yanner sent a voice transmission to him. "The fathers of these 2 brothers are friends with the elders of our tribe, so we can't get rid of them. This time they will be useful. Just bear with it." Yi Shiwen suddenly realized that with Zhu Yanner's temperament, she could bear with it. It turned out that there was such a reason. His name is Gu Guangming. He also has a brother, Gu Guangyao. They are a pair of twins. Although their character is ordinary, they are very strong. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let him join my team this time. Zhu Yanner said. It could be considered as an explanation to Yi Shiwen. "Don't worry about me. I'm not that bored to argue with him." Yi Shiwen expressed that he was fine. Although he is your friend, this time, snatching the purple-green lotus flame is very dangerous. He is not even a sage, and he doesn't even have a holy kingdom. How can he resist the ultra-high temperature? When the time comes, don't drag us down." Gu Guangming glanced at Yi Shiwen and said with an unfriendly expression, "Don't worry, I have my means. I won't drag you down." Yi Shiwen said lightly, "I don't need you to worry about me. But you, don't cry and beg us to save you." Yi Shiwen frowned slightly. He was a little unhappy. This Gu Guangming was constantly aggressive and even wanted to find trouble with him. He was not a good person to deal with. "What did you say?" Gu Guangming said coldly. He looked at Yi Shiwen with eyes full of disgust. There was even a hint of killing intent in his eyes. For him, this human in front of him really did not know what was good for him. "I said, you'd better not drag us down." Yi Shiwen said lightly, Well, I want to see what kind of ability you have to say such big words." Gu Guangming was furious. In his opinion, it was reasonable for him to ridicule others. If others dared to talk back, then they would be courting death. Beside him, there was a fluctuation in the void, and a sword was spat out. Gu Guangming took advantage of the situation and grabbed it. His whole body turned into a ball of light and rushed over. It was as if a ferocious beast had suddenly awakened and directly rushed over with his physical body. Whoosh! The sword light swept across the sky. There was no magic attached to the tip of his sword. It was only the strength of his physical body that tore the space apart. It was extremely terrifying. In this city, he did not want to make a big fuss. However, in his opinion, it was more than enough to kill this guy. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. It was not Yi Shiwen's head that was pierced by the sword, but his sword was clamped by 2 of Yi Shiwen's fingers. Bang! With a loud sound, this divine level sword was pinched by 2 of Yi Shiwen's fingers on the spot. It was as if he was pinching a piece of wood. Is that all? You still dare to say that you won't hold me back? Yi Shiwen said with a smile. However, beside him, Zhu Yan'er could clearly see the killing intent in his eyes. He was not a character that could be bullied. I think you are courting death. Gu Guangming did not look at him. Once again, he pulled out a sword from the void and directly rushed towards Yi Shiwen. Whoosh! The sword pierced through Yi Shiwen's skull. However, he found that it was just a ball of light. Gu Guangming instantly felt a sharp pain from his lower abdomen. He was actually sent flying in an instant. Boom! His body directly fell on the room's enchantment. The huge force actually smashed the enchantment and cracked it. Roar! Gu Guangming was about to explode when he heard Zhu Yan'er's loud shout. Enough! Are you planning to fight among yourselves before we even start? Zhu Yan'er's words instantly calmed him down. He just looked at Yi Shiwen with hatred in his eyes. It seemed like he was planning some kind of conspiracy, but he did not attack again. All of this fell into Yi Shiwen's eyes. The killing intent in his eyes did not diminish. This Gu Guangming was still trying to plot against him. He absolutely could not let him live. Otherwise, he would become a hidden danger. However, he could see through Gu Guangming's intentions at a glance. He estimated that Gu Guangming was waiting for him somewhere. He wanted to see what methods Gu Guangming had. When the time comes, he would not even need to find an excuse to kill him on the spot. Zhu Yan'er also had some headaches. Both of these people were arrogant and unruly, but both of them were tyrannical. It was not easy to deal with them, especially Gu Guangming, who stirred up trouble. She hated him even more. If not for the sake of their elders, she would have hoped that Yi Shiwen would kill Gu Guangming. That way, she would have saved a lot of trouble. I will give Yan'er some face. Yi Shiwen indifferently sat down as if nothing had happened just now. How dare you call me Yan'er? Gu Guangming was about to explode again, but he was suppressed by Zhu Yan'er. Facing the 2 of them, although they could explode like a barrel of gunpowder, Zhu Yan'er could only separate them and not see each other. This was better. At least they would not fight to the death in front of her. Yi Shiwen, it is really not wise for you to clash with him like this. Zhu Yan'er shook her head and said, Originally, it was not easy to find experts with the combat power of the Sage Realm at this time. So after seeing Yi Shiwen, she invited him to join them. Who would have thought that it would directly intensify the conflict within the team? In this case, just appeasing both sides would be a very troublesome matter, let alone getting them to work together. Chapter 25:14. At this time, in the Ice Soul City, those who were interested in this matter, whether it was for the purple-blue lotus flame or the cold soul ice heart, had already formed a team. Even Shirbai and his wife, she had a hard time hiring them. That was why she wanted to invite Yi Shiwen to join. Although he was only in the Eternal Realm, his real combat power could not be underestimated. She had seen this with her own eyes. Yi Shiwen alone beat Wu Ziyu to the point where he couldn't fight back. Although this was 100 years ago, after the New Year, he must have become stronger. For the old antique, 100 years might only be the time of a closed-door training. There wouldn't be much progress, but for the monsters who were still improving, it was enough for them to take a big step forward. The battle, just now, seemed to prove this point. Although Gu Guangming didn't use his full strength, not even 1% of his strength, how could Yi Shiwen not do the same? One had to know that although Wu Ziyu was strong 100 years ago, compared to Gu Guangming, there was still a big gap. The original intention of roping him in was definitely not wrong. But the only problem was that she never expected that Gu Guangming and Yi Shiwen would be so incompatible that they would fight each other the first time they met. This gave her an incomparable headache. It's not that I provoked him. I don't want to cause trouble. But if someone wants to cause trouble, I will let him know what it means to be a master of all kinds of disobedience. Yi Shiwen said with a sneer. Zhu Yenner had an even more headache. Both of them were troublemakers. But Gu Guangming was the type that people knew to be unruly and very difficult to control. At first glance, he looked harmless, but if someone wanted to ride on his head and act like a tyrant, then he would immediately transform into a troublemaker, a master of all kinds of disobedience. It was definitely not just a slogan. This was also what she could analyze from the information she had gathered. Not only was he a troublemaker, he was simply lawless. When he was still in the profound realm, he dared to offend the demigod, and when he was at the demigod, he dared to challenge the gods. If one was deceived by his harmless appearance, then that would be the real Tu Senior. No matter what, you have to give me face and don't clash with him. Otherwise, half of our team will be wiped out before we even start. Zhu Yenner stared at Yi Shiwen and said, I can give you face, provided that he doesn't provoke me. Otherwise, I will kill him, and then don't blame me. Yi Shiwen indifferently said, Do you know that his teacher is the famous Heavenly King of Plentiful Treasures? The two brothers are the Heavenly King of Plentiful Treasures' favorite students. If you kill Gu Guangming, then even the entire Hidden Valley will be in big trouble. Zhu Yan said. Yi Shiwen was slightly stunned. He hadn't expected that these two brothers would have such a big background. No wonder they were so insolent. There were many kings in this world, but among these kings there were also some extremely powerful top kings. Hence, there was the saying of the top 10 kings. The Heavenly King of Plentiful Treasures was one of the top 10 kings. His origin was extremely mysterious, and no one knew who he was. He was already a king when he just started his career. Later, he continued to advance and became one of the top 10 kings. For millions of years, his position had never wavered. He was a super powerhouse who had truly witnessed the glory of the Qin Emperor. It was said that the Heavenly King of Plentiful Treasures had once visited the Qin Emperor and sat down to discuss with him. If there was a list of the most likely to achieve the Tao, the Heavenly King of Plentiful Treasures would definitely be at the top. With such an extremely powerful teacher, it was no wonder that Gu Guangming was so arrogant. It was also no wonder that Zhu Yan could be so tolerant with her background and temper. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been driven away long ago. It is indeed a fortunate thing to have such an amazing teacher. However, the teacher can lead the way, but the cultivation depends on the individual. His cultivation is far from perfect. Even if he is the Heavenly King of Plentiful Treasures, if he continues to cause trouble for me, I will let him know how powerful I am. All right, I will explain to him. If he continues to cause trouble for you, then you don't have to give me any face. Don't be polite, ruthlessly beat him up. I have also been displeased with him for a long time. After saying that, Zhu Yana laughed. She had already given up on treatment. She couldn't care less about either of them. She would never allow them to affect her plan to snatch the purple-green lotus flame. This was also a plan that Yi Shiwen absolutely could not allow to be affected. This was related to whether he could break through to the peak of the undead realm in a short time. Soon, a few days passed. During these days, Yi Shiwen didn't stop. He went to the Ice Soul City and strolled around. However, he didn't buy anything that satisfied him. Gu Guangming had been outside the city for the past few days. He seemed to be exploring the active volcano. Since they were not together, there was no conflict between them. This made Zhu Yan feel relieved. As time passed, more and more experts gathered in the Ice Soul City. It was almost as if all of the top experts in the Titan Emperor heaven were gathered there. Soon, it was time for the volcano to enter its dormancy period, because a powerful figure had calculated the time of dormancy for this active volcano They didn't have to worry about someone getting ahead of them. Of course, if someone could sneak in while the volcano was still erupting and take away the purple lotus flame, then they wouldn't have anything to say. The day had finally arrived, and all of the powerful auras rushed out of the city. In the blink of an eye, they were more than 5,000 kilometers away. It was an incomparably huge volcano, constantly erupting flames, forming waves of heat that swept out. Even from thousands of miles away, the temperature was over 100 degrees Celsius. It was impossible for ordinary life forms to survive here. Even some extreme creatures would not be able to survive here. Yi Shiwen and the others met up thousands of kilometers away. After a while, Gu Guangming arrived. He didn't even look at Yi Shiwen, but looked directly at the active volcano. Yi Shiwen was too lazy to pay attention to him. He also looked at the active volcano. The temperature was so high that even the air was distorted. The spirit couldn't penetrate it at all. Even if he opened the eyes of redemption, he could only see a little further. It was an extreme environment. At the same time, he could also sense that there are figures hiding in the void, waiting for this opportunity. They all wanted to sneak in as soon as possible. Everyone, wait for my command. We'll rush in together. Sure, bye. You and your wife will be responsible for blocking any possible enemies. Gu Guangming, you help them. Yi Shiwen, you come with me to collect the purple-green lotus flame. Zhu Yan said. Although it was a bit rough, it was indeed practical. Only Gu Guangming was very dissatisfied. Why should he go with you to collect the purple-green lotus flame? With my strength, it's best for me to help you. Gu Guangming immediately said, unwillingly. If you don't want to, you can leave now, or you can form a team by yourself. Zhu Yan said coldly. She had thought it through these days. Instead of letting these two fight each other in the team, it was better to drive one away. She had long been dissatisfied with Gu Guangming. At this time, he still disregarded the overall situation and wanted to deal with Yi Shiwen. This was absolutely intolerable, because it was related to whether she could successfully obtain the purple-green lotus flame. Okay, this is also good. Zhu Yan, do you really want to drive me away for this man? Gu Guangming said with a cold smile. He had had enough of these days. When did he ever compromise like this? In the end, this bitch still chose the human over him. Yes, if you are not satisfied, you can leave by yourself. Zhu Yan said, without me, what can you do? Do you want to rely on a mere eternal realm? Gu Guangming sneered. He turned around and left. Before he turned around, he looked at Yi Shiwen with endless killing intent. This guy's eyes are not friendly. I'm afraid that he might come looking for trouble when the time comes. If we are delayed, we will be in trouble. Sure, Bai finally said in a muffled voice. There was some worry in his eyes. Of course. He also hoped that Zhu Yan could succeed. Zhu Yan's promise was only half fulfilled. The other half could only be fulfilled after she succeeded. He absolutely did not want any accidents to happen. Then I will kill him. In any case, I will not let him appear and ruin our plan. Yi Shiwen said coldly. The killing intent in his eyes almost materialized. Since he is gone, sure bye, you and your wife will be under more pressure. If someone comes to snatch it, you just need to hold them back. You don't have to fight them. Zhu Yan said. Sure Bai nodded. There was no need for Zhu Yan to say this. He would not exchange his life for what Zhu Yan promised. It was not that important. This time, I hope that everyone can work together, especially you and your wife. When the plan is completed, everything that was promised to you will be yours. Zhu Yan said with a dignified expression. She had the demeanor of a general. In the distance, the seemingly eternal flame gradually dimmed. It no longer spewed out the terrifying flame that could burn through the void. Everyone's spirit was lifted. They knew very well that the volcano had finally entered a dormant period and no longer spewed out the terrifying flame. Let's go! Yi Shiwen shouted. His whole body turned into a ball of lightning and rushed out. Zhu Yan then transformed into a vermilion bird and wrapped herself in it. She instantly rushed in. Behind her, Shibai and Shu Meiwan also rushed in. It could be said that they each showed their magical powers. Splash! As soon as Yi Shiwen reached the crater of the volcano, there was a huge wave of magma that was thousands of feet high. It almost wrapped him up. Although it had entered a dormant period, it was still extremely dangerous. However, Yi Shiwen didn't stop and directly jumped down with a puff sound. Chapter 25:15. Even before he jumped in, the temperature above the active volcano was still tens of thousands of degrees Celsius. As soon as he jumped in, he was hit by a temperature of up to 1,000,000 degrees Celsius. It was almost the extreme limit that a god who had just achieved Tao could endure. To people who had not achieved Tao, gods were indeed omnipotent. They could have almost anything they wanted. However, they were still a super powerful life form. There was still a limit to the environment that they could endure. The terrifying heat wave almost made Yi Shiwen feel suffocated. Normally, such a high temperature would have vaporized. However, there was still magma in the form of liquid. Not only that, but as soon as he entered, he felt a terrifying wave gushing out from the inside of the crater. A terrifying power was surging out. He immediately realized that this crater wasn't formed by geothermal energy. Instead, nuclear explosions were taking place inside it all the time. The atoms were constantly annihilated and turned into a terrifying power that was surging out. In other words, if one wanted to rush in, not only would one have to endure the extremely high temperature, but one would also have to be careful of the nuclear explosions that surged out from time to time. Even a powerful god might fail miserably in such a place if he was not careful. He might even die. This is indeed an extreme place. Everyone be careful. Yi Shiwen said through voice transmission. At that moment, his voice could not be transmitted at all. The sound waves formed could not even travel a meter away. He clearly saw a peak immortal level powerhouse who tried to rush in not far away. However, he was burned alive. His identity as a god was meaningless here. Zhu Yenner, on the other hand, was like a fish in water. She was not affected by the endless magma. Among the 4 legendary deities, the southern vermilion bird was responsible for suppressing the earth fire. In other words, she was the blessed deity who suppressed the eruption of the volcano. Her tribe was born to live in the earth fire. Although the environment here was harsh, it was not to the extent that she could not endure it. Among the couple, Shu Meiwan was the weakest because she was a human. Therefore, she could not adapt to it. However, it was not the point where she could not endure it. The lower he went, the higher the temperature became. He slowly approached the core. He was actually at a height of tens of millions of meters. Even with the strength of his body, he had no choice but to use the thunder battle armor. Every minute and every second, his cells were being burned to death and regenerated. At this time, Zhu Yan directly transformed into her original body. A huge and beautiful vermilion bird could fly freely in the high temperature of tens of millions of degrees. Shibai and his wife had already opened up their god nations to withstand the high temperatures. Otherwise, they would be burnt alive. Whoosh! A torrent of energy instantly tore through the magma and bombarded over. The 4 of them immediately became alert. Someone was nearby. Shibai, you and your wife stay and stop them. Zhu Yenner said decisively, Understood. Shibai immediately tore apart the magma and flew into the distance. Shu Meiwan also followed closely behind, heading directly towards the place where the attack was launched. Yi Shiwen and Zhu Yenner continued to descend, and after a while, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Unknowingly, a few figures had already concealed themselves nearby. You go first. Leave this place to me, Yi Shiwen said. How can we do that? There are so many people here. Zhu Yenner immediately objected. If you also stay, then it will be too late. These people are definitely here to delay our pace, and if you are too slow, then the purple-blue lotus flame will be taken away by others, and then we will really be in vain this time. Yi Shiwen quickly said. Well, don't fight them head-on. Just delay them. Don't worry, as long as I have a share, you will also have a share. Zhu Yan was also very decisive. She immediately made up her mind. She turned into a ball of flame and directly went to the next level to search. Come out, Yi Shiwen said coldly. Yi Shiwu, today, right here, will be the day of your death. A cold voice pierced through the magma. Who else could it be but Gu Guangming? If you die here, no one will know. So what if you die? Ha ha ha. He opened up the kingdom of light and walked freely in the magma. His strength was indeed extraordinary. Beside him, there were 2 demon clans. One was a great aristocrat of the demon clan, and the other was a powerful master of the Ashura clan. Both of them also opened up the kingdom of light. They were both masters of the sage realm. Yi Shiwen did not know where Gu Guangming found these 2 demon clan masters. You really don't want to give up, but you are right. This place is deserted. Even if you die, no one will know how you died. Yi Shiwen said coldly. Arrogant, but I don't have time to play with you now. I want to catch up with that bitch. I've treated her so well, but she actually chased me away for a pretty boy like you. I want to let her know just how wrong she is. Gu Guangming glanced at Yi Shiwen coldly. Although he wanted to kill Yi Shiwen personally, he still felt that Zhu Yan was more important. She wants the purple-green lotus flame to break through. I want her to kneel in front of me and beg me, ha ha ha, do it, kill him. I don't want him to appear in front of me again. After Gu Guangming finished speaking, his body emitted a burst of treasure light. A treasure boat actually appeared and wrapped around him. This was a type of magic tool that was specially used to move in the polar region. Being born under the heavenly king of plentiful treasures, he naturally had a lot of magic tools. Whoosh! In a few breaths, Gu Guangming's treasure boat had disappeared from the face. Ha ha ha! I haven't met a human for a long time. I love eating human meat. The great demon laughed strangely. Don't talk nonsense with him. Kill him as soon as possible. We can leave after taking the things. The other demon clan master of the Ashura clan said coldly. He did not want to cause trouble. Just leave it to me. I don't understand a mere eternal realm. What does he want? He actually wants us to go together. He doesn't need us at all. I can do it alone. The master of the great demon clan sneered. The entire kingdom of light instantly expanded by hundreds of miles. It suddenly seemed to cover the world, including Yi Shiwen. Everywhere was extremely dark, like the environment of the demon realm. All the rules were under control, and an extremely terrifying power crushed down on Yi Shiwen. The kingdom of the sage realm was simply a natural suppression for the gods who had not reached the sage realm. He 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 he. The sky was filled with endless strange laughter. Countless hazy figures of great demons rushed over from all directions. Their speed was extremely fast, and they filled the entire space in an instant. Human, stand still obediently and let me swallow you. The voice of the great demon came from the hazy figure of the great demon. It was like a dream, and it was hard to tell whether it was real or not. It seemed that everything was fake, but it also seemed that all the figures were real, making it hard to tell which was real and which was fake. This was also a very famous movement technique among the great demon clan. It was impossible to tell whether it was real or not. Although he did not know why Gu Guangming valued Yi Shiwen so much, he still chose to be careful at the critical moment. Being careful was the way to live a long life. Bang! Yi Shiwen blasted out a punch, shattering the shadow of the great demon in front of him. This is fake. Bang! Another great demon was smashed to pieces by his fist, but this was also fake. It's useless. I have countless clones. It is impossible for you to tell which one is real and which is fake. In the end, you can only be killed by me." The great demon laughed wildly. "I don't care whether you are real or fake. Break all of them for me." Yi Shiwen let out a loud roar. Every pore on his body spurted out thunder and lightning. These thunder and lightning transformed into countless thunder dragons in the sky and bombarded in all directions. It didn't matter if these clones were real or fake, but they were all smashed into pieces. Although these clones quickly reformed after being shattered, it was still hard to tell which one was real and which was fake. However, Yi Shiwen kept his eyes open. The Eye of Redemption was constantly calculating. Sword. He grabbed towards the void with his hand, grabbed a long sword, and stabbed it into the void. Puchi. A sword light pierced through a figure, and blood flowed out from the void. The clones that filled the sky instantly disappeared, and a figure stumbled out of the void. It was the great devil. Yi Shiwen's sword had pierced through his body through the space. His eyes were still full of disbelief. He couldn't believe that Yi Shiwen could see through his body. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be able to see through him at all. "Impossible. How can you see through my movement technique?" said the great demon in disbelief. "Why is it impossible? You are just too stupid," Yi Shiwen said coldly. When he used the power of the Thunder Dragon just now, he could clearly see that none of those phantoms were real, although their auras were concealed very well. Even if Yi Shiwen opened the Eye of Redemption, he could only see through them one by one at most. It was impossible to see through so many phantoms in a split second. This kind of movement technique was very terrifying. What was even more terrifying was that if these phantoms were in front of him, they could transform into their original body in an instant. These clones seemed useless, but they were actually a kind of medium. As long as these clones spread throughout the entire space, he could instantly appear anywhere in this world. However, it was a pity that Yi Shiwen wasn't fooled at all. He directly saw through all the falsehoods at a glance. "Explode!" Yi Shiwen gave a loud shout and pinched a seal. The sword that was inserted into the chest of the great devil directly exploded. Boom, 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 boom. Chapter 25:16. Hong long, long, long. In the blink of an eye, the void exploded and everything exploded. The explosion caused by Yi Shiwen's magic power was so terrifying that the great Devil Lord, who had only been seriously injured, was instantly blown into pieces of flesh and blood, which filled the sky. Roar! The great devil roared and tried to reassemble its body in the distance. It was seriously injured by Yi Shiwen and exploded into pieces. Even if it could reassemble its body, it would consume many years of martial power. It would need at least 100 years to recover from this injury. Gu Guangming is too arrogant to think that you can stop me with just a few of you, Yi Shiwen said lightly. "Kill him, I want him dead." The great devil roared and looked at the powerful demon ancestor of the Azura clan. The Azura clan master was much calmer than the great devil. He did not want to waste time on Yi Shiwen, and now his eyes revealed a fierce look. Chains erupted from his hands, all of which were condensed from the rules after they were drawn out, and instantly pounced towards Yi Shiwen. It was like a lightning tearing the night sky, extremely fast. Bang! Yi Shiwen raised his hand and blocked a fist that was about to hit his head. "Those who belong to the gods shall return to the gods, and those who should go to hell shall go to hell." The Azura clan master seemed to be chanting something. His body shone brightly and turned into a huge shadow, which directly stepped on Yi Shiwen. Break! The Thunder Dragon halberd appeared in Yi Shiwen's hand as he roared. The halberd surged into the void like a long dragon and destroyed this huge virtual shadow in an instant. The Azura clan master's expression did not change, and he was extremely calm. There was no change in his expression at all. His counterattack came almost instantaneously, and a fist bombarded towards Yi Shiwen. The fist energy spread out and smashed in all directions. This fist energy was enough to pierce through the sky. Animal Tao! Yi Shiwen roared and punched out with the 6 paths of reincarnation fist to resist the opponent's fist energy. Bang! In an instant, the arm of that Azura clan expert exploded with a loud bang. His entire body was sent flying upside down in the magma. Moreover, Yi Shiwen had broken through his defense at this moment. He was directly scalded by the magma, and he was screaming in pain incessantly. The instantaneous eruption of this temperature of over 10 million degrees was enough to turn a person into nothingness. You're courting death. The Great Fiend clan's expert suddenly split into 10 doppelgangers in the sky. Each doppelganger possessed formidable strength, almost not inferior to the main body. A terrifying power erupted in an instant. Every great demon exuded a tyrannical aura. This was the peerless divine art that he could only activate by using a secret technique. All of a sudden, 10 powerful figures appeared. Each of them was very strong, but when the 10 of them joined forces, they were even more invincible. Many who were spying on the battle in the distance were stunned when they saw the scene. The intensity of the battle was far beyond their imagination. Even sage plane cultivators would not dare to get involved carelessly. They dispersed one after another. The battle here was too intense, and they could not casually join in. The Ashura clan's expert's expression also changed slightly because he had never seen this great demon have such a trump card. He had never shown it before. Roar. Kill. I'm going to tear you into pieces. The 10 great demon clan experts roared and rushed towards Yi Shiwen. It seemed as if the entire world only had these 10 figures left. The terrifying Holy Kingdom swept out in an instant and suppressed Yi Shiwen first. I don't have time to continue wasting with you. Yi Shiwen's aura was growing stronger with every passing minute and second. He was becoming more powerful with every passing minute and second. He had directly removed the restrictions that the cultivation vest had placed on him. His strength instantly exploded. Compared to 100 years ago, he was even more powerful. Boom! Yi Shiwen's human Tao fist erupted in an instant, directly blasting a great demon that was rushing towards him into a cloud of blood mist on the spot. How is this possible? How could his strength increase so much in an instant? The Ashura clan's expert at the side almost could not believe his eyes. Yi Shiwen's strength had suddenly increased to a terrifying level. The great demon was divided into 10 avatars, but the strength of each avatar was enough to compete with the main body for a short period of time. With such strength, it was enough to fight against several experts of the same level. However, in front of Yi Shiwen, it was like a fragile garbage that was instantly blasted into pieces. However, at this time the great demons were like arrows on the bowstring that had no choice but to fire. They had already rushed in front of Yi Shiwen, and there was no time to escape even if they wanted to. They could only fight with Yi Shiwen, and Yi Shiwen would not give them this opportunity at all. He attacked like lightning, and his speed was even faster to the extreme. His fist directly bombarded the body of a great demon. Boom! With a loud roar, the great demon screamed in pain. His entire body turned into a cloud of blood mist in the air, and before he could condense again, he was burnt to a crisp by the magma. This power was transmitted out, forming a huge wave thousands of feet high above the crater. Quick, take this opportunity to kill him. I want him to die without a burial place. A great demon suddenly shouted, but before he could react, the sky-flipping seal fell from the sky, directly smashing him into powder. The 3rd great demon, the 3rd Sage Realm Great Demon, was blasted to death by Yi Shiwen. The sharp weapon that was supposed to suppress eternal realm great demons, the Divine Kingdom, seemed to be useless in front of Yi Shiwen. His body spewed the power of thunder that made people shudder. Wherever he passed, the Divine Kingdom collapsed, and the world turned into nothingness. It could not stop him at all, as if the Divine Kingdom was just a piece of paper, and it was no match for him at all. How is this possible? Is he really only in the eternal realm? How can he ignore the divine kingdom? The expert of the Ashura clan was also shocked. He did not take Yi Shiwen seriously at first. No matter how strong eternal realm great demons were, as long as the divine kingdom appeared, they would be suppressed, and there was no other possibility. But the strength of this person was beyond his understanding. Even those monstrous geniuses, when they were in the eternal realm, could not enter the divine kingdom without resistance. Boom! Another great demon was blasted to death, and a corner of the divine kingdom that surrounded Yi Shiwen was broken, unable to stop him at all. The remaining greater evil devils all attacked him crazily. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they were completely enraged. Each of these greater evil devils had taken a lot of effort to form. Now that one of them was killed with a single punch, it was truly a blood feud. Too weak, are you really in the sage realm? You disappoint me. Yi Shiwen sneered. These great demons were much weaker than Wu Ziyu 100 years ago, and his strength had improved a lot compared to 100 years ago. They were not at the same level at all. After releasing the strength that was suppressed by the cultivation vest, his strength was not something they could compare with. Boom! 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 Every great demon's doppelganger was smashed, and the great demon was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. After using this secret method, all the doppelgangers became the same as the original, and there was no difference. But being smashed by such punches was also a matter of vitality, and Yi Shiwen did not know how many tens of thousands of years it would take for the doppelgangers to recover. Roar! The great devil roared in a very tragic manner. His own doppelgangers were blown apart by Yi Shiwen's punches, and his attacks fell on Yi Shiwen's body, but they couldn't even break his defense. This was simply the most tragic thing in the world, and he had never encountered such a depressing thing since his debut. Do you still want to stand by and watch? Finally, after being slaughtered by Yi Shiwen to the last one, he hurriedly turned around and wanted to escape. Not far away, the expert of the Ashura clan finally made a move, and the fist intent that filled the sky was blasted down, Ashura path, and a mighty aura swept out in an instant. Get lost! Yi Shiwen crushed the fist intent, and then caught up with the escaping great demon, and trampled on it, directly smashing the body of the great demon, and burning it in the endless hot magma. At this time, only the expert of the Ashura clan was left, and he also knew that he would not be able to outrun Yi Shiwen. In that short period of time just now, his body was completely exposed. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and rush forward. A long saber appeared in his hand, and the saber light was fluctuating, constantly spitting out the power of Ashura. The Ashura blade swept out and cut everything in its path, cutting into Yi Shiwen's body. Yi Shiwen's face was expressionless, and he slapped down with his palm. You are courting death. The expert of the Ashura clan was furious. Yi Shiwen was simply looking down on his strength, and actually dared to take his Ashura saber barehanded. Even if Yi Shiwen's strength was not as good as his, it was too arrogant to fight barehanded. I don't believe that you can take my Ashura saber head-on. The expert of the Ashura clan roared, and displayed a set of world-destroying saber skills, and fiercely slashed at Yi Shiwen. Bang! The palm and the Ashura saber fiercely collided, and earth-shattering energy spread out. Every time the Ashura saber emitted an amazing law of Ashura, directly sweeping out, and when the eternal realm deities approached, they would be instantly killed. Even a burst of angry roars broke out. The surrounding magma was also forcefully pushed away by this terrifying force. Yi Shiwen's hand instantly turned into a dazzling golden light, as if it was cast in gold. This astonishing blade light slashed on his palm, but there was no way for it to cut his skin. It could only burst into a burst of astonishing sparks. Chapter 25:17. Ashura Domination. The expert from the Ashura clan roared and poured all his strength into the Ashura saber. An amazing saber radiance burst out, and the Azura saber in his hand became bigger and bigger. It looked like he was going to kill Yi Shiwen with one slash. Yi Shiwen withdrew his palm instantly and clenched his 5 fingers into a fist. Then he punched out. Boom! With a loud roar, his fist energy turned into 6 reincarnations and suppressed all directions. With a deafening roar, the powerful Azura blade was unable to bear the burden, and cracks began to appear on it. Then, inch by inch, it shattered into fragments that filled the sky and scattered in all directions. A high-grade divine tool had been shattered by Yi Shiwen's fist. Such strength had reached an unimaginably tyrannical level. The expert from the Azura clan was forced to retreat. He had never suffered such a big loss since his debut. He was beaten like a dog and was no match for Yi Shiwen at all. He could not believe that an Eternal Realm expert could be so tyrannical. When he received this task, he thought that Gu Guangming was just an ordinary Eternal Realm expert. He even thought that Gu Guangming was making a mountain out of a molehill. Now that he thought about it, Gu Guangming was making a mountain out of a molehill. Such a terrifying person had only sent these few people. It was like sending them to the mouth of a tiger. If he was given another chance, he would never accept this task again. He quickly retreated and did not dare to fight Yi Shiwen head-on. Otherwise, he would be beaten to death by Yi Shiwen. Damn it! How can an Eternal Realm expert be so powerful? Gu Guangming, you will pay the price. The expert from the Azura clan roared. Go to hell first. He will come to accompany you soon. Yi Shiwen sneered. He did not know when he had broken through the layers of obstacles and rushed to the front of the expert from the Azura clan. Boom! Yi Shiwen blasted out his fist and directly turned the hot magma into nothingness. Then he bombarded the expert from the Azura clan. The expert from the Azura clan was instantly blown away. He could not resist Yi Shiwen's strength at all. He could feel an extremely terrifying power rampaging through his body, almost tearing his flesh apart. Such power had even surpassed the Sage Plane. He had never thought that a person could achieve such a feat purely with strength. It was simply a monster. He wasn't fighting against a normal human, but a monster, a demon. Pucci! The thunder dragon halberd in Yi Shiwen's hand had already pierced through the vast sky. The halberd had pierced through his body. He wanted to struggle, but it seemed as if all his strength had been drained away. Very soon, all of his life force was severed. Although his physical body was not completely destroyed, his primordial spirit was completely destroyed. Not long after, without the protection of magic power, his body was quickly submerged in the magma. Yi Shiwen caught it with his hand, and the thunder dragon halberd returned to his hand. Although the two of them were also sages and had broken through many years ago, there was still a huge gap between them and Wuziu, who had just broken through not too long ago. This was the gap between ordinary people and those top geniuses. They could not be compared at all. At this moment, when Yi Shiwen had just breathed a sigh of relief, a black light descended from the sky and directly slashed through Yi Shiwen's throat, intending to kill him. Yi Shiwen's eyes instantly turned into the Eye of Redemption. All of a sudden, his whole body became a power of redemption, protecting him within it. Clang! This black light directly slashed the power of redemption, and the power of redemption did not even have the chance to be activated. Yi Shiwen stretched out his big hand and grabbed the void. Then a figure appeared in the void. It was an expert of the Hidden Devil clan. Yi Shiwen had firmly grabbed him by the throat and had sealed his martial power. Do you think I did not notice you? I was just waiting to see when you would make your move. I did not use my full strength in the beginning because I was waiting for you to make your move. However, I did not expect you to be so patient. You could endure until 2 people were dead before you made your move. You are really ruthless. Yi Shiwen said faintly. He had discovered the existence of this hidden demon expert from the beginning. Although he had hidden very well, he had not been able to hide from Yi Shiwen's perception. However, he had been hiding on the side and had not made a move at all. Therefore, Yi Shiwen had not directly attacked him. Now he thought that he was doing it secretly and wanted to launch a surprise attack on Yi Shiwen. However, he did not expect that Yi Shiwen had seen everything. Everything was under Yi Shiwen's control, and he still thought that he was very secretive. Bang! Yi Shiwen pinched the neck of this assassin of the hidden devil clan and obliterated his spirit. Then his body began to burn in the magma. It didn't take long before his body turned into a lump of coke and floated in the magma. Those were some immortal substances. After beheading these 3 experts that Gu Guangming had found, Yi Shiwen counted their wealth. The 3 of them added up to more than 100 million divine source. It was not too much. Obviously, they could only be regarded as ordinary in the sage realm. Therefore, they were hired by Gu Guangming. However, for Yi Shiwen it was another windfall. Yi Shiwen did not hesitate. He immediately plunged down and directly chased after them. Although these people were not his match, he had wasted a lot of time dealing with them. Yi Shiwen did not know what the situation was like down there. He was a little anxious. He did not dare to delay and directly rushed down. The closer he got to the core area, the higher the temperature became. The temperature of tens of millions of degrees was not the limit. Moreover, this was only the dormant period. Under normal circumstances, even these gods would not dare to come close. Boom! An extremely terrifying pressure surged out from the magma. This was a terrifying power that seemed to have awakened from the depths of the soul. Yi Shiwen looked into the distance and saw a terrifying giant beast rolling in the magma. Many powerful figures had been intercepted here. Whether it was Zhu Yan'er or Gu Guangming, they were all entangled by this giant beast and could not move forward. Apart from the 2 of them, there were also dozens of figures of various sizes. This gigantic beast was guarding the entrance of a valley at the bottom of the volcano, and it was this valley that everyone was trying to break through and enter. Yi Shiwen immediately understood that there was purple-green lotus flame inside. He was not in a hurry to enter, because there was no way to enter. Whoever tried to enter would be attacked by this giant beast. This giant beast's body was like magma. It was impossible to see it in this kind of place. If it lurked motionlessly, no one would be able to discover its existence. Only in the process of continuous fighting and the constant movement of its body could one barely see it clearly. It was a powerful beast that looked like a crocodile. It was thousands of feet long. Such a body size might not be considered much in other places. However, this place just happened to block the entrance of the valley, and no one was able to enter. However, that beast was extremely powerful. Even when facing dozens of powerful sages working together, they were unable to shake it. It was very likely that it had cultivation comparable to the pinnacle of the sage plane. Such power was enough to stop all of them, and it was his home ground. Therefore, Yi Shiwen was not in a hurry. He could not be in a hurry. As time passed, more and more experts rushed over. There were more than 100 sages who had arrived. Everyone understood that at this time, the only way to get the purple-green lotus flame was to work together and drive this beast away. If they wanted to fight for it, it would be after the beast was driven away. As for killing this beast, it was already something they did not dare to imagine. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, both sides had been fighting for a full day and night. But neither side felt tired. For gods, such a battle would not be a problem for them to continue for hundreds of years. However, there were a few unlucky ones who were swallowed whole by the ferocious beast. However, neither the sage plane experts nor the ferocious beast paid any attention to them. The most intense battle had only just begun. Fortunately, this beast had clearly not proven its way and did not have many tricks up its sleeve. Otherwise, with its strength, it would be able to crush all the masters. Although there were many sage realm masters, in terms of cultivation level, they were not at the same level. There was not even a sage realm master in the middle stage. Everyone was gritting their teeth and fighting, but there was not much time left. The dormant period of the volcano was about to end. Everyone knew this and felt a little hopeless, including Zhu Yan'er. She had completely turned into a vermilion bird. In such an environment, her original body had a great advantage. At this time, Yi Shiwen, who was lying still, had quietly approached the battlefield. Although the aftermath of the battle was terrifying, it was impossible to hurt Yi Shiwen in his current state. He had been waiting for a flaw. Now, go. Yi Shiwen took a big step and used the flickering thunder step. The demon wings behind him instantly stretched out. His whole body leaped out in an instant as fast as lightning. He was so fast that no one could see him. At the same time, he stretched out his big hand and grabbed the unguarded Zhu Yan'er to his side. He directly rushed into the tunnel that was exposed because of the beast's flaw. Roar! The beast was the first to react and let out a shrill cry. At this time, everyone was a little dumbfounded. They did not expect someone to rush in. Chapter 25:18. The scene suddenly became a mess. No one expected that things would turn out like this. No matter how careful they were, they still failed to prevent someone from rushing in. Zhu Yan'er also did not react at all. She was suddenly dragged into the passage by Yi Shiwen. When she reacted, she was also ecstatic. Pluck the purple lotus flame first, Yi Shiwen said loudly. The speed of the two was extremely fast. Almost in an instant, they had already reached the bottom of the valley. In the innumerable magma, in the high temperature of tens of millions of degrees, the few flames were like small boats floating in the wind and rain, constantly swaying. Zhu Yan'er flapped her wings and swallowed a purple-green lotus flame. A terrifying power was released from her body in an instant. Every pore on her body seemed to be spitting out endless flames. Yi Shiwen was even more ruthless. He directly grabbed the remaining 3 purple lotus flames into Tianyuan mirror. The moment he touched the purple-green lotus flame, his entire palm was about to melt. The temperature of a heavenly treasure that could be produced at such a high temperature was unimaginably high. Go! Yi Shiwen shouted loudly. The 2 people did not hesitate at all and quickly flew toward the entrance of the valley. Roar! No one knew when that terrifying beast had appeared at the entrance of the valley. Its huge eyes were like huge millstones, fierce and malevolent. Boom! He opened his bloody mouth and spat out a flame that was hundreds of meters thick. Wherever it passed, the magma would be stirred up and churned. The 2 people desperately flashed and barely avoided this blow. Damn, this beast is blocking the way. What are we going to do? Zhu Yan'er was also a little desperate. She directly transformed back to her human form. Her originally white and transparent skin became red, spewing amazing flames. Although her clothes were also not weak martial instruments, how could it withstand the flames spewed by the purple lotus flame? She was directly burned to ashes. Amidst the endless magma, a beautiful naked body was revealed. She had a voluptuous figure and was particularly eye-catching amidst the red magma. Her astonishing, snow-white skin was particularly eye-catching. But at this moment, she couldn't care less about being embarrassed. If she was swallowed by this beast, then it wouldn't be worth it. Yi Shiwen took a deep breath, and a simple and unadorned, treasured sword suddenly appeared in his hand. It had just appeared, and an inexhaustible fierce aura had already blotted out the sky and the earth, and instantly filled the entire valley. At the bottom of the sword, there were more than 100 chains of laws locking the sword's body, as if to prevent it from suddenly flying out. The 2 ancient words, Avicii, seemed to have some kind of magical power that stunned Zhu Yan'er. Avicii sword. Could it be the legendary sword of Avicii? Zhu Yan'er's eyes widened in disbelief. If it really was the legendary sword, then once the news spread, the entire world would be shaken. But regardless of whether it was real or fake, the Avicii sword was already powerful enough to affect his mind in an instant. It was simply terrifying. Yi Shiwen's hands were trembling, and his eyes had turned red. It seemed as if he was experiencing a terrifying baptism. Go to hell! The Avicii sword in Yi Shiwen's hand trembled violently. It seemed as if it was making a huge sway. Then, a terrifying blood-red sword light slashed out horizontally. It split the magma and created 100-meter-wide vacuum zone. Then, it rushed towards the ominous beast above. Pucci! The sword light was too fast, and it directly cut off half of the beast's body. Blood sprayed into the magma. Roar! The beast screamed again and again, and its body was split into two halves in the air. Go, let's go, Yi Shiwen said. Zhu Yenner didn't know why, but she felt an unprecedented illusion of weakness from Yi Shiwen's Chinese. This was a feeling that she had never felt before. As for the Avicii sword that amazed her, it had already disappeared. It seemed to have been taken back. She was also a little curious. If it was the legendary sword, then what kind of instrument could contain this legendary ominous sword? It must be extraordinary. There were still many secrets on his body. She suddenly felt a little interested, but she also knew that this was not the time to be curious. Her body transformed into the vermilion bird's body again, and she rushed out in the air. With a big stride, she directly carried Yi Shiwen on her back, and the two of them rushed out at lightning speed. Whoosh! In an instant, everyone clearly felt that a shocking sword light suddenly slashed out from the bottom of the valley. Then, a huge ferocious beast rushed out of the valley. A few unlucky people who couldn't dodge in time were directly slashed, and their bodies turned into a cloud of blood mist on the spot. They didn't even have time to scream, and the Sage Realm experts died tragically. Then a vermilion bird had already rushed out, and there was a person sitting on the vermilion bird. But who else could it be but the person who rushed in directly before? Yi Xiuwu! Gu Guangming suddenly roared angrily, seeing them directly rush out. How could he not know that the thing inside had probably already been obtained by them? Thinking of this, he felt extremely depressed and wanted to vomit blood. They had fought with their lives, but in the end, all the benefits were actually taken by that damned Yi Xiu. He really wanted to spit out a mouthful of blood. However, just when he was still angry, an angry roar burst out from within the valley. They saw a bloody mouth suddenly jump out of the magma, and it swallowed a few of the Sage Realm experts at the bottom. They didn't even have time to scream before they were directly swallowed and digested. Only then did everyone realize that the beast that had been cut in half by the sword had actually unknowingly repaired itself. Hurry up and go! At this time, there was no longer any time to look for trouble with Yi Shiwen and the others, and they only frantically fled in all directions. But this beast was completely enraged, and balls of flames exploded in the air. Together with the high temperature of the magma that was tens of millions of degrees, the power of the explosion was really outrageous. Not long after, more than half of the group had been wiped out, and the remaining people frantically fled in the direction of the vermilion bird. Damn it, Yi Xiuwu, I will not let you go. Among them, the fastest was naturally Yi Xiuwu. Among them, he was the strongest, and his movement technique was also the most brilliant. He madly chased in the direction of the vermilion bird that Zhu Yan had transformed into. Yes, even at this time, he still hadn't given up his desire to kill Yi Shiwen. They were about to rush out of the surface of the volcano when Yi Shiwen suddenly stood up from the north of the vermilion bird. His expression was cold, and his eyes were red, with a somewhat violent expression. He cracked his mouth and looked at Gu Guangming with a smile. He had already recovered most of his strength, and at this time he just coldly said, "Die for me!" A roulette slowly rotated in his hand, and an astonishing aura burst out. The aura of spells and magical powers rotated out from it, as if there was a magical power being born every minute and every second. What is that? Gu Guangming also quickly felt this terrifying threat. This magic tool made him tremble with fear. This was a feeling that he had only felt from his master in the past. Boom! The roulette grew bigger and bigger, and it smashed down fiercely, directly hitting Gu Guangming's body. Yi Xiuwu, you are so cruel! Gu Guangming suddenly understood what Yi Shiwen wanted to do, and he roared in horror. "You can't kill me! You can't kill me!" Bang! Before he could finish speaking, he was directly hit by the 10,000 spell roulette, and his whole body was sent flying like a parabola. If it was under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be a big deal. It would only be a heavy injury. But now, there was an enraged and terrifying beast behind him. This beast opened its bloody mouth, and Gu Guangming was immediately smashed into it as if it had been planned. Crack! The sound of bones breaking could be heard, and in an instant, Gu Guangming's figure could no longer be seen. Blood! After this attack, Yi Shiwen withdrew the 10,000 spell roulette, and his whole body collapsed as if he had lost all his strength. He had exhausted all his magic power twice in a row, and his foundation was also injured. A large number of feathers grew on the vermilion bird's body, wrapping him inside. Plop! Many experts who were waiting anxiously in the valley suddenly saw the crater of the volcano, which was supposed to be calm, suddenly tremble violently. Soon they found out that a great battle must have broken out inside. Then an astonishing sword light slashed out from inside and disappeared into the horizon. Everyone was dumbfounded. What kind of sword light was so terrifying? The magma itself had an immortal attribute, and any kind of attack would be difficult to transmit out. At most, it would cause some changes to the surface of the magma. This was the first time that a sword light had directly slashed out. However, before they could figure out what was happening below, a fiery, red figure flew out of it. It set off a monstrous wave. In the instant that the fiery red figure escaped, a gigantic mouth that was several thousand feet wide abruptly emerged from the lava and appeared before everyone's eyes. It immediately bit towards the vermilion bird in the void. Bang! When the upper and lower jaws closed, a terrifying collision sound burst out like an earthquake. Everyone felt a chill run down their spine, and they could imagine what would happen if they were bitten by this terrifying beast. What the hell was going on? Chapter 25:19. What was going on? What was going on down there? No one could say for sure what was going on down there. In such an environment, almost all methods of investigation were useless. Everyone could only wait anxiously. But now, the dormancy period of the volcano was about to end, and only one vermilion bird rushed out. It was a legendary vermilion bird. Compared to the high profile of the Phoenix clan, the vermilion bird, as one of the four symbols, was undoubtedly much more low-key. Usually, people could only hear some legends about the vermilion bird clan. Many ancient gods had never seen a vermilion bird in person. Under the sunlight, the vermilion bird's entire body was emitting a frightening purplish-blue light, just like a sun. Wasn't the legendary sun the Golden Crow clan? At this moment, they actually had such a feeling. However, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was what was going on down there. At this time, even if a vermilion bird appeared in front of everyone, it would be difficult to attract their attention. Could that be the ferocious beast that someone mentioned before? The one that once swallowed an indestructible realm deity in one gulp? How is it still alive? Oh my God, it's too scary. Not to mention the eternal realm. Even the sage realm would have a hard time escaping. Speaking of which, why did only one vermilion bird rush out of hundreds of gods of the sage realm? What happened inside? Many people had already guessed something, but they still found it hard to believe and were unwilling to believe it. If that was really the case, it would truly be a great tragedy. Hundreds of sage plain gods had died in battle. Even if this was the legendary Kurfürst Road, which was said to be a place to select imperial emperors, it was enough to shock everyone. Once the news spread, the whole world would be shaken. Oh my God, it can't be. Some people with sharp eyes had already remembered that when the beast opened its bloody mouth, they clearly saw broken limbs inside. Thinking about it, they only felt that the hair all over their body stood up. Could it be that hundreds of experts of the sage realm died in the mouth of this beast? Oh my God, what should we do? That was the only sentence left in many people's mouths. What a terrifying thing it was. Among the hundreds of Sage Realm experts, some belonged to the natives of the Kurfürst Road, and some were foreign experts. There were dozens of forces of various sizes involved. Go find that vermilion bird. He's the only one who came out alive. We must find him and ask him what happened, someone said while gnashing his teeth. Even though the vermilion bird tribe wasn't to be trifled with, the vermilion bird tribe wouldn't be able to go against the will of dozens of families. I just saw the vermilion bird spit out purplish azure flames. Could it be that she obtained the purplish azure lotus flames and completely angered this vicious beast? Someone said in a loud voice, "Yes, that must be it." They weren't stupid. They were all god-level characters with extremely powerful computing abilities. Based on these clues, they were able to deduce some things. It was possible that the vermilion bird had found the purple azure lotus flame and angered the vicious beast, causing it to go on a killing spree. Yes, let's find him. Everyone flew in all directions, looking for Yi Shiwen. At this time, Zhu Yan was flying in the direction of the Ice Soul City. At this time in the sky, Yi Shiwen was barely able to sit up. A moment ago he was wrapped in vermilion bird's feathers, so no one had seen him. But it was only a matter of time before they found him, because he was going to exchange for the cold soul Ice Heart, and soon everyone would find out. You're really risky. You used a magic tool that exceeded your strength twice. Zhu Yan complained. When she was blocked by the vicious beast, she really felt a sense of despair. She had never felt so helpless before. Who would have thought that Yi Shiwen would make a move, and in such a brutal manner, instantly injuring the vicious beast and splitting it in half? Although she didn't know if it was the legendary Avicii sword, it was still shocking enough. She knew about the 10,000 method roulette. She didn't go there in the past, but it didn't mean that she didn't know about it. The 10,000 method roulette was taken away by Yi Shiwen. It was a legendary magic tool of the 10,000 method king, a top powerhouse. Needless to say, it was powerful. However, with Yi Shiwen's current strength, it wasn't easy to display the power of the 10,000 method roulette. He had to use his full strength every time. This also made her feel that this Yi Shiwen was really too reckless. If he was careless and fell into the trap, then what should she do? There was no other way. In that situation, it was either you or I who died. If we didn't go all out, how could we escape? Yi Shiwen sat and operated the Phoenix regeneration technique. Bursts of Phoenix cries could be heard. Now that he thought about the situation at that time, even Yi Shiwen, who had always been a big-hearted person, felt scared. Are you okay now? Do you want to find a place to rest first? Apart from the place where Yi Shiwen was sitting, the rest of the vermilion bird's body was spewing purplish-green flames. It looked extremely terrifying, like a flying volcano that could explode at any time. It's okay. I have a natural fire spirit body. Although the purplish-green lotus flame is troublesome, it won't kill me. As for you, don't you want to exchange for the cold soul Ice Heart? You have to do it as soon as possible. Soon the others will catch up. At that time, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Hundreds of Sage Realm powerhouses died tragically. No matter what, it has something to do with us. They won't let it go. Zhu Yan said with her head held high. The flames on her body burned even more. Then let them come. I have nothing to fear. In this kind of treasure hunt, if I die, so what? Yi Shiwen said coldly. He didn't care. Forget about the others, but Gu Guangming was killed by you. Gu Guangyao and the heavenly king of many treasures will never let it go. Zhu Yan reminded him. Now, we can only take one step at a time. I don't regret what I did. If I hadn't taken action at that time, we would have been attacked by Gu Guangming. That monster was chasing us so closely, we wouldn't have had the time to waste on him. Yi Shiwen shook his head in a non-committal manner. Although there were many repercussions from killing Gu Guangming, he didn't regret it. A real man should be decisive. There was nothing to regret. I'll send you to the Ice Soul City first. Then I'll find a place to practice in seclusion. Ha ha ha. This time I finally found the fire. I'm going to have a nirvana. When we meet again, you will definitely not be my opponent. Zhu Yenner giggled. She was obviously in a good mood. She had worked so hard for the purplish-green lotus flame. Although there were some twists and turns in the process, she achieved her goal in the end. This made her feel very good. Haha, that's not necessarily true. Although you have a fortuitous encounter and natural magical power, my progress will not be slow. Yi Shiwen said not to be outdone. He came to the Kurfürst Road. In addition to looking for the reincarnation grass, he also regarded the Kurfürst Road as a place to hone himself. The collision of countless geniuses would definitely make his martial arts to the next level. Don't tell me you also came for the so-called opportunity in the Kurfürst Road. Zhu Yenner suddenly asked. Why do you say so? Yi Shiwen asked while adjusting his breath. The spiritual power in his body was still surging. It seemed that he had not calmed down from the fierce battle just now. That's because too many people have come in for that so-called opportunity. However, after so many years, only a few people have obtained that so-called opportunity. How could they not understand this logic? However, it seems to have become a kind of obsession, a kind of inner demon. Those who have the willpower to let it go are few and far in between. Zhu Yenner sighed and said, I told you before. I have an elder brother. He is like this now. He knows that the chance is slim, but he is not willing to give up. This has already planted an inner demon in his path. If he can't see through it, his future will be worrying. So if you are not here for this, it's best not to persist in this matter. Yi Shiwen knew that the them she was talking about should be those peerless, monstrous geniuses. Some of them had even participated in the Kurfürst Road since tens of millions of years ago. Countless years had obliterated everything. He had long forgotten the reason for participating in the Kurfürst Road in the first place. It just gradually became a kind of habit. Don't worry, I am not here for the Kurfürst Road. I don't need the so-called opportunity. What kind of person is the emperor? There are not many powerful existences in the world. Who is qualified to be the emperor? Who can be the emperor? Who can be the emperor? Who can be above the emperor? If I become the emperor, I will certainly be invincible and kill my way into the emperor realm. I don't need anyone's pity and charity. Yi Shiwen said firmly, as if he had never been so determined before. He was answering Zhu Yenner's words and also answering the doubts in his heart. During this period of time, after entering the Kurfürst Road, it was inevitable that his heart was wavering. The position of the emperor was so tempting. If he could become the emperor, how glorious would it be? And now he was determined again. After he answered this sentence, his eyes became clear again. He had seen through another layer of the inner demon, and his mental cultivation had improved greatly. He already felt that his breakthrough was right in front of him. As long as he exchanged for the cold soul icy heart, the real breakthrough would be right in front of him. The Ice Soul City was right in front of him. Yi Shiwen stood up and leaped forward, landing towards the Ice Soul City. Zhu Yenner did not follow him, but turned around and flew away. Be careful! Yi Shiwen heard Zhu Yenner's parting words.